Hello, YouTube. This is Menakai recording today's session because Haldemir sadly had to miss out. Thus, things are going to be a little bit different as you see them in the setup, and we almost forgot to start this, so we've already done the recap. To finish off last session's end, which was a little bit abrupt perhaps, it ended up with Demos talking to Enora and Astoria about the possibility of one day having to evacuate Mitros to the plains, therefore wanting to keep good relations with the Centaurs. After that, the characters returned home to continue their own works, perhaps a little bit dismayed at the results of the dragon hunt. We will pick up pretty much from there with me, Sarah, and Ari, and she. So let's just take it from there.
Yes, indeed.
Good save.
I would then ask you, is there anything you guys particularly want to tackle next? Although I'm not expecting direction, I'm just asking to give you the possibility of taking initiative. Otherwise, things will happen.
I will go back and at least inform everyone else of what I did during downtime, instead of, sharing information. As you know, Darius can see without being seen, and I further investigated the crack. It appears that there was no possession. I dug enough to at least determine that the dragon was acting of its own free will, which is also kind of more puzzling. It means that there is something in this world that it wanted very, very much, that it just sort of snatched its hoard without paying attention, and then it was like a search grid. It was methodically searching around for whatever it wanted. And I've seen enough of it that we could teleport there if we wanted to, without trespassing on the lands in between. Yeah. I don't know if that's something we want to do. I sort of stopped at the moment that, once I knew that Dareth Axel would be safe from the first red. But I will not deny I'm damn curious as to what could have caught that red dragon's attention so much.
I'm curious, but I also don't want to go back to Centaur lands right now. Let's at least give them some time to.
Yeah, it's a thing we can
they
return
killed
to
the
at any
dragon,
point.
so it's clearly within their territory.
But yeah, just so you know, we can teleport there without crossing their lands into the underground spot. I mean,
Yeah, beyond that, Demo's gonna be just back to being king and monitoring the Temple of Mitros, trying to continue building the Elven-style ships and being a peacemaker, really, somehow. He carries a big stick. He's ready to hit hard if people mess with it, but he doesn't want to be the cause of that conflict.
Yeah.
Big fucking. Yeah.
As for me, I think I get back to starting on a God Squad, the divine study group.
Sure. That is certainly a project equivalent to an adventure.
Yeah. I don't know how to progress this, but it deserves attention.
Maybe Darius.
Where would Darius base the headquarters for that? Basically, is that in something he does in the academy or like somewhere separate?
I would imagine either the academy or the new Dragonlord headquarters. I if Aravandar has nothing to do, don't want to speak for Haldemir, but I know that he was very interested in joining that. So it could be bringing him materials to read at home, or however best. I think probably going to where the books are is probably more efficient. But whatever makes the most sense logistically of those two.
Yeah. I can tell you either way, results initially will be sparse and mostly limited to philosophical discussions that really go nowhere in
Yes,
particular.
insane theories. Yeah.
I was gonna say, it sounds like fucking fantasy comic book. Like self-insert. If I was a god, I would do it. You're like, oh my god, these people are like fucking freaks.
Yeah. If I could, I would rather just get rid of the divine sparks, but I know the Kraken is hunting down Sidon's one. And so that clearly implies that it knows some way of claiming it. And probably should get to it first.
Yeah.
So
Emo's Lord of
these fucking nerds
Storms.
sitting there like, is it a real spark? Like,
We could try and
is it like in a video it's just shining somewhere? Like, you're like, no, just like imagine the discussions there. No, it's metaphysical. It's not. It's an idea of like what?
When we were in the Kraken's lair, did it have other reading materials besides the pages that we stole?
No.
No? Okay.
It didn't seem like
Like
to care
that.
for books much, given how it treated them.
Yeah. Just sort of smashed all info about itself and left.
Actually, give me an, let's see, an intelligence-based insight check for Darius.
Intelligence-based
still sick.
insight. So,
Yes,
you're
it's a
coughing,
bit
that's
of
why.
memory, a bit of a rethinking, perhaps.
yeah. So the difference between it's a +2, +4. So I will roll in insight, but it's a +2 because my intelligence is higher than my wisdom. I'm assuming I cannot cast guidance on this.
No.
Dirty 20.
20 is pretty good.
Wait, so that would be 22.
22 even, okay. Something that Darius considers worth remembering at this moment, I guess, is that what you saw in the Kraken's lair was entirely just stuff. There were basically 2 rooms with stuff in them in an awkward to reach location. It doesn't really fit your usual definition of lair.
Yeah. Like some sort of outpost.
It was more likely a place to put stuff that you don't want others to have.
Yeah. It's vault.
Well, it clearly not for stuff it cared about. Like, really cared about, right? Because the books were broken and, like, wet.
Yeah, when I say vault, I mean, I guess more like a prison.
Yeah.
Like
A
stuff you're
knowledge
playing
prison.
keep away with. Yeah. Because the first red is in there and the books about itself are in there and yeah.
Why not just destroy it?
Maybe it can't.
I mean,
Either way, the fact that it's hunting down Sidon's divine spark implies that there is a way to claim it. And I don't want the Kraken to have it. So, research time.
that would be unfortunate. Then they begin to demand tribute, and we'd be right back where we started.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully,
I never considered this, but with the way things have developed, Darius is actually interested in that spark purely just to be able to calm the storms enough that people like to open up Thylia to the rest of the world. Yeah. That's a thing.
All right.
I mean, if sparks are up for grabs, if you're claiming them, you know.
And we definitely need to find a way to steal the death one.
We'll see. You know, Darius has all his confidence that he will find. If there is an answer, he will find it. Darius has shown he is nothing if not persistent.
What's Ariad been up to for a while?
Yeah, I was thinking about that while my connection was being a little spotty. Which it's well, it's going up and down over here. So if I suddenly stop talking, it's because
Mhm.
well, shit. It's like, oh no, all my documents and my character sheet is online. Yeah, I think last time I played, I had the idea of having or making contact with the winged messengers, sort of trying to like incorporate them in like a structure where we can more easily communicate with each other and like other countries.
Yeah, we can take a look at that, I think.
So I think that's what you would have. Yeah.
To summarize that, perhaps, finding the various tribes and small villages of the Sirens is not very difficult for Ariad especially. They are dotted about on Philea's coast, on the various islands that are close by enough to conveniently fly over to the mainland. And there's actually quite a few of them, dozens, maybe more, of villages that rarely number more than maybe 2-3 dozen Sirens. They absolutely welcome her, and are actually rather keen on what she proposes here. Each one of them, without exception, really. You could give me an insight check.
Yes, I could.
See.
My God, keep switching from like this is
Your connection is
these
really.
bonuses are very different to
Ori.
Oh yeah, to 4E. 4E is like D20 plus 37. It feels like at least 14. Yeah, the Sirens in general, the one that meet with Ariad, are very positive to the thought of really more structure. One in particular, in perhaps one of the more far-off villages, approaches Ariad a bit more bluntly. See, where's Ariad's token? There we go.
I was gonna say I am at the lodge of the Dragonlords somehow.
Yeah. You are not, I can assure
It's
you that.
snowy? Yeah, like yes, good. Oh, me.
We need to show that time has passed. Quick, make it winter.
The horizon as the sun comes up and down a couple times.
Time lapse.
Yeah, the tribe that
So like
Ariad
this
visits.
official token of a siren.
Yeah, it sure is. Let me flip it around. The small village that Ariad eventually finds is not very remarkable. A couple of wooden houses, a few tents, in very much the same style that she remembers from her own tribe. None of the tribes of the Sirens are very big, and presumably she knows the reason. It is to avoid attracting attention. Attention of one particular character that is no longer relevant. Once the Sirens, of course, had a grand civilization, a city that would make Mitros pale in its current state. But that didn't end so well, and that is something that every Siren inherently knows, even if they haven't been told about it. The desire in general of creating communication lines, of perhaps getting even together, settling in proper cities once again, is something that all the sirens sort of represent and not directly like say to Ariad, but it's sort of the feeling she gets.
Right, now that
one
Sidon isn't here, we
yeah.
can...
One particular siren, perhaps as Ariad and Argin are turning to leave, just almost rush up to Ariad with a flutter of her wings to cross the last few meters of distance, before she gives her a deep bow and speaks and says, Ariad, I hear what the others have said to you, our elders, but they leave out words that we are all thinking, and while none of us want to be a burden, they need to be said. We are embarrassed. We've forgotten you, your tribe, and what you've been trying to do, and even now that we once again remember after, well, whatever made us remember again, none of us say the obvious. Even if we can't reclaim our old home, we can reclaim our old glory. But we can only do that if we have a leader to lead us. And I wouldn't want to impose, but we're all thinking the same thing. Another siren, sort of one of the older ones, rushes up from behind, basically gives her a scolding look before she says, Now, let's not burden our hero with the responsibilities of what you're asking. Others will step forward. We will see what the future brings. We do not need to rush anything.
I think like there's like a pregnant pause. Like I am honored, but well, I have a lot of obligations to others as well. Of course. That includes the sirens. I think you'll look to the elder like the sort of a like is this like a general opinion, or is this like a young person being very enthusiastic about heroes? Um,
Well, you could give me another insight check.
yeah, like this is
Perhaps it is less the thought of making Arya the de facto leader of something, but rather than that the hesitancy that is at this point inherent in every siren to once again try to do something grand is something that won't be overcome easily if nobody takes charge. Maybe, over time, they'll once again congregate, they'll once again go somewhere, but there's a desire to get back to where they were quickly, but nobody really. There's a lot of hesitancy still. Maybe there's another Sidon out there. Maybe Sidon isn't actually dead, but even though nobody's suggesting that. The trauma of losing as much as the Sirens have, even if none of this generation would probably remember that, is still very much inherent.
yeah. I think Ariad will like look a little like puzzled. I think sort of it used to be very significant for her, but like I mean she's had like fucking being a hero for a couple months and stuff. Like it feels very like almost in another life, right? Like back when she had her own clan or her family, like now people remember, but it's not like things were really restored to how she wanted them to be. Like, it's sort of like, thank you for bringing this to me. I have been gone from our culture for a while. It is good to be back, and I will set things in motion, I think.
The young siren looks excited.
If nothing else, well, as you know, have been thinking of. Well, I used to be part of the winged messengers, and I think that it could be even more organized than it was. And perhaps the first thing is to have some kind of meeting with the tribe leaders, or yeah. Yeah, I think she'll, like, again, like, you said, like, she was about to leave. I think she'll sort of like be a little, like, distant, like, if you imagine, like, the scene of, like, her flying back, she's like, have like a hand on an organ, but she's like looking like somewhere else, right?
Yeah, Argon is watching her quite intensely at this point. Gears turning.
I think she'll, like, snap, like, yes, Argan? Is there something? I'm afraid that you won't find the kind of medical texts in our general culture. It is very shamanistic. It's like,
Argon ponders for a second, then says, there are different kinds of knowledge. Just because something is in the academy does not automatically make it more right than the things that are not. I've learned as much. Knowledge has different forms. It does not need to be in a book to be valid.
yeah, nods appreciatively. She thinks so. you know.
That wasn't necessarily what I was thinking, though. I had to think about Gaius. You have met him, of course, in a sense. He was very different from you. If he had been offered the position to lead a large group of people, he would have immediately turned his thoughts on how to most profit from that. You seem to be considering something entirely different. That is one thought. The other is, why try to rebuild what you once had if you haven't explored the opportunity to reclaim what you had without starting from scratch? Of course, I don't know the forces that were at work there, but surely if something was destroyed, it could be, I don't know, resurfaced. Even if that isn't possible, surely there's salvage of historical value to be had that would mean that at least some of the culture from back then could survive and live anew in a new location. You all seem to have given up about that already.
Yes, I think that aspect, you are right. Like, looks like thoughtful. Like, I think most of us are afraid to hope, maybe. But
I don't consider hope considered stubbornness. There's something you want to have, something that you once had, so you should do everything in your power to reclaim it. It has been taken from you, whether it be by someone or something, which means I'm sure there's a possibility of taking it back by force if necessary. If the only opposition is water, then I can't see how that would be overly difficult.
I think there's like a general like warm, like almost loving smile, which if she is like flying on Argon might not like, she might not try to like hate my child. Sometimes the young see brighter or whatever, like she's like, yes, I think if there should be an effort to unite the sirens, a common goal would certainly be welcomed. I also think even though our cultures are somewhat similar, we have been split up for a while. By necessity, maybe, but well, as a start, well, we have also the winged messengers is really the people who have mostly been interacting with the surrounding world. Other than that, we have been hiding. I'm appalled to say that some people do not know the difference between sirens and harpies. Would you care to help me research then? I don't wish to push it upon you, of course.
I would think that research in this case just boils down to asking the right people the right questions. We're already interacting with a variety of people. We simply need to be more persistent in pursuing that goal. I do not know if the answer can be found in books or in the knowledge of people. As I've said, both are valid sources of knowledge. Perhaps we simply need to be more observant to possible sources of knowledge. I don't expect this to be easy, even if I partially joked about only water being in the way. But I also don't see it as an impossibility. Someone has to know where it used to be. It can't only have been Sidon who remembers. There are other old creatures on Philea and beyond, and one of those has to know something.
Yes, as well. I mean, I've only heard the stories, of course, but well, was supposed to be very big. Even if it is underwater, surely there would be some kind of trace.
Argonauts. And perhaps with that thought, Harriet's travels continue.
Yes, I was gonna say about long lost lore.
Perhaps some time passes then, as things are pursued, researched, constructed. Regarding the construction of ships, of a fleet of Mitros, there is some progress reasonably quickly. Although the completion of even the first ship is still a thing of the future. The elves that you've recruited have made their camp basically northeast outside the bounds of Mitros, near the forest. Near the massive forest between Astoria and Mitros, which would be the prime source of wood. And while they are enigmatic about their methods and don't really allow anyone to oversee them in any way whatsoever, the shipwrights, as frustrated as they are about the lack of communication, can't complain about the results. It's not necessarily the quantity that they're getting, but the fact that they basically have to do very little work at all. The pieces that they request, that they would have to shape and cut and squeeze and bend the wood into, they just get ready. They, like, even the most exotic round, like oval pieces, they just get as if it had been grown that way,
Just
and presumably
already
it
made
has.
holes in them, like.
Now that
It's the IKEA of shipbuilding. It's like, oh, you just put it together yourself. But
well,
all
almost.
the pieces are right there.
It still has to be glued together, and holes
Yeah.
and such, of course, don't grow naturally. That would be silly. But the products are certainly of not a huge quantity, but the quality does make up for the time lost that they wait to the point where it goes. The products themselves are also sturdier than your usual wood would be. Maybe not Ultros level of magical endurance, but maybe even better than the old Metroid ships. Only time will tell.
So, these lands outside of Mitros, like the plains up here,
Yes.
like, can you tell me anything about these areas? There's another city over here. I assume our border is probably like, I mean, Mitros is a city-state, so probably the immediate surroundings.
Mitros and borders go a bit further than that. Like, there aren't any clear-cut borders generally, simply because there's a lack of density and a lack of need for them. But Metrosian influence does expand over this entire area as well. And, well, the cities you see as icons on this little map, they consider themselves independent. They generally have positive or neutral attitudes towards Astoria and Mitros. There's a bit of trade going on. There's most definitely a road that winds its way through here. And there's most definitely a few like smaller villages, smaller towns in these plains as well. Sort of like the sour vintage and the associated few buildings that have always been there are sort of like somewhere here. They're just not depicted. So there's a bit of civilization, so to speak, there. Although it is, of course, worth considering that this area here is, like, this general area is a bit of a mess. There are still signs of Kentimane's short rampage in that area, and even up here where he presumably like emerged or something, there are signs of his passing still.
Is there anything magical about those areas? If I ask a wizard to go and do a test,
Anything magical? Can
is
you
it just
define that further?
so basically, big events can sometimes leave impressions upon the land, right? Of
Yeah.
some kind. And I'd like to know if that is the case, or if it's just literally upturned dirt, like any other. Like is it more different than, say, the aftermath of a violent earthquake?
Oh yes. The aftermath isn't necessarily. It would be difficult for a wizard to clearly say which school of magic is associated with this dirt. But it's more of a vague thing that there were forces of creation that left these craters. It was primordial chaos that inflicted these wounds and not just fire.
Yeah.
And it's gonna remain there for a bit. It's not something that really... I suppose if you were to ask a wizard, they would actually be surprised at how little damage it did to the actual land.
It's not
All right.
surprising. It protects Thylea, right? Would want to do as little damage to the land
Yeah, I
as
was gonna
possible.
say that's
I think
Get out of here.
a
Pushes
beautiful
away.
love story through and through.
Demons.
Tragic.
to go along with this new tree-friendly way of life, I think demons will ask as a project, sheep, I don't know, but to basically have people gather seeds, fruit trees, walnuts, that sort of thing, and just try to plant over the whole damaged area with forest growth, basically. We shouldn't farm it. Let's have this green bandage upon the wound upon Thylea. Because trees and such seem to be right up her alley. And it might also be a good gesture towards the elves.
Sure.
To cover that with woodlands. We'll probably call it like something like like a memorial forest or something. Probably a bit more snappy name than that.
Forest of Memories.
And then we'll
gonna
make
say,
that sort of
like,
a landmark.
That's exactly what Demas says to Darius as he's like, something like I need you know the words. I need something more snappy than that, but something like that. It's like, oh.
Mm.
Yeah.
Just-
Demas really wants to know how these elves are doing it. He's finding out the more he looks into these like native people's cultures that he used to know nothing about. They can do some really interesting stuff.
Mhm.
The centaurs rule the whole plains. They have so much power. There's so many of them, and they survive out there. These elves can just make wood, like just to do what they want. And he's like, "How? Why can't I do any of that? Nobody wants to teach me anything." That's sort of a little bit annoying, perhaps. But maybe in time, if he thinks if he's just really nice, maybe then they'll be more friendly to him. Really would like to make his whole city a bit more in line with these values. I mean, we live on the land of Thylea, so if Thylea thrives, maybe we will too. In unison.
It's time to make Mitros into the
Yeah.
cultural
City.
paradise that it could be, like fucking Green City, but also just like fucking the knowledge of all these cultures needs to be.
We need more centaurs on the
Cool.
street. We need more sirens in the sky. We need more. All these people, get in here. You have so much to teach us, and it just hasn't been done.
Yeah, but
The
we're
demons are
also
somewhat
their
baffled.
oppressors, so I don't know how keen they are going to be on that.
Yeah, it's a real
Like,
problem.
they are not wrong. They're not wrong to hate us.
The real problem.
Yeah.
He just doesn't know how to. How do you get the
Give
native
them their
people to
land
teach
back.
us how to make better?
Sure, you can consider the forest project underway as Demos muses over what a bright future Frelia could have.
Yeah, beyond that, he wants to, connect and hear how these little other towns are doing. Because there are a lot of them, and we haven't really paid attention to at all. But trade happens and such, and just so they know that, hey, if they need something, come to Mitros, ask him about it.
Demos does a royal tour.
And maybe, we can do something to help you. We're all in this together. The future is a rough sea, and Thylea is the ship on which we will sail it. And upon that vessel, all the peoples of Thylea are together.
Give me an insight check with advantage, sort of as a way to represent what Demos might learn about the opinions of the smaller settlements.
Yeah. Okay, there it is. A lovely out of 15.
That's pretty okay. Turns out, well, the opinions of these smaller settlements outside of Philea do diverge from what Demos thinks the average opinion of the city of Mitros is. Mitros is far more progressive. Mitros is a city of change, a city of glamour, and they know that Demos is a hero. The settlements outside, I mean, they've heard of him, obviously, but never really interacted with him directly, so they've just heard what they've heard secondhand, basically. And in addition to that, they've heard a lot of things that bother a lot of them a lot. For example, that the five are gone. They don't know if it's true, of course. It could just be, something a doomsayer says. But a lot of them feel like they're feeling the absence of the gods. Sidon and Lutheria are supposedly destroyed, which is good news. But the five are also gone. Does that mean that they are living in a world without gods entirely? Except for the distant, unresponsive ones that you can't really emphasize with? That's a scary thought.
That's why we must stand together. And put your faith in Demos.
Demos the God King, okay.
I mean, if you need to believe in something, he's here to help. But beyond that, of course, he would champion Mitros, the goddess Mitros. That's the, that all the five have ascended, and they will be distant. But if we carry them with us in our hearts, no. But the truth they spoke are still true. Beyond that, he's like, oh, come on, people. Was Pythol really that approachable? If they didn't come to Mitros, they're not gonna meet. They're not gonna meet. They're not gonna meet like the goddess of wisdom, like Valis. Vulcan was just sort of not doing anything either. Like, the five has been gone for a while. It's just that people realize it now.
Yes, it's also the thought. They seem to be resistant to change in general, and the thought that something as stable and defining as the gods themselves can just disappear is a scary thought to many. They don't want things to change. They don't want progress. They just want to farm their fields and do that sort of thing.
Well, I mean, that's fair enough. But Demos still wants to reach out the olive branch. They don't take it, that's their prerogative, but a close-knit community of humanity on this island can only help. To and let's be honest, he does want to change how things go. So he is certainly an agent of change in that way. But for now, let's say, Demos is being nice and hoping that they are being nice too. Because he would hate for them to be bad ambassadors of humanity towards the other native peoples of this island. In which case he would have to do something to make them not, damage the tenuous relationships. He just wants to be nice, but he still maybe doesn't have all the patience you would hope for. In regards to stubborn people he thinks should be better.
Well, I mean, he has been kept to some crazy idea of a heroic goal all his life. It's like, why can't you just be a better, right? Why?
It's fine if they want to farm and do farming stuff. I mean, we need the food, right? Mitros is big. It probably imports a lot of food. And a lot of foodstuffs of various kinds, like olives and such, that don't grow here locally. And we rely upon one another, right? And they maybe also have a reason for not being near Mitros. Maybe they value their independence or have some sort of weird, sect, practice or some tradition that is not commonly accepted. Fair enough. But it's important that they know that they don't exist outside of Thylia, and that what happens on this island is going to impact everyone. So,
Yeah.
if nothing else, let me know if some things begin happening. He thinks a message like that will be much more... It will not hit hard right now when things are good, but when people begin to not have things be good, they might remember that he did it and make use of it. No?
Yeah.
He knows that a hero is much more celebrated when they're needed.
Yeah. It is then some unspecified but conveniently a long enough time later that the palace gets a visitor. Demos is... I don't know, is Demos at the palace or is he somewhere
Probably.
else? Probably, okay.
I mean, it seems likely if it's just an average day. Sometimes he'd be up at the arena, but that's not really that far away. I think he spends a lot of time in the palace these days, trying to get things done while the fleet is being constructed. He doesn't want to leave Mitros on some grand tour while the city is still recovering. And he feels like, I mean, you jokingly said Demos God King, but he does believe. I mean, it's clear that people are afraid of things that are happening, and he finds that his presence is probably a calming influence on all of this, right? As long as the hero Demos is in the city, nothing too bad could happen. So I think he is spending time here, even if he gets a bit cooped up sometimes.
Yeah, it's one of the captains of the Mitrosian Guard that comes in looking a bit befuddled. It's worth noting that usually you would expect like a scholar or like one of the palace administration to deliver the news of the arrival of someone who wants a meeting with Demos. But for Demos, it's sort of always been one of the captains or even one of the soldiers sort of doing that job. Maybe not something that is immediately obvious to him.
Just remembers them all from when he was,
Oh yeah.
It feels like so long ago. These guys used to be his superiors, and like he looked up to a lot of them, right? The senior staff.
Yeah, the captain arrives like with his helmet and the large plume sort of swaying side to side as he almost with a befuddled expression shakes his head as if, well, not entirely sure what's happening. But he like goes up to Demos, stops a respectable distance away, does a quick, salute, a quick bow, appropriate for Demos' station, and then says, "My king, there's a strange visitor who has requested an audience. He seems polite enough, but quite frankly, I couldn't tell you the first thing about him. He refuses to elaborate who he is, and he suggests it's for my own sanity."
Was like reading a scroll probably or something. That puts it on the little table next to the throne, where he generally has his goblet and his stuff, right? His shield standing like leaned against the side of it, while his rod is sort of at his hand on the other side, very easily accessible. His helmet is sitting under the chair as well, as to be easily reachable but not on while he's doing support stuff. He is wearing his adamantine plate, and I imagine that I don't think that Xerxia. Maybe she's in behind the throne somewhere, like back here, like lazily doing whatever it is that she wants to do. She seems okay with not doing a whole lot for quite a lot of time. Just sort of read around it, right? Probably just eating, snacking on something, or snoozing or whatever.
Yeah, I imagine Xerxia to be the kind of person who pretends that she's not interested at all while actually being very interested.
So above everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's sort of coiled around the throne a little bit, perhaps. Just sort of, fake sleeping, perhaps. As Deimos will look up from the scroll and just say, "You have intrigued me. Very well then, show me this guest." And Lisa pauses for a moment. So, what are their? Do we have accommodations appropriate for them?
The soldier pauses and says, yes, we could have a room prepared for him.
I don't know if they will stay, but it sounds like they stand out. So let's do the minimal preparations. Just make sure that someone is on that if it becomes a requirement. You can set them in.
Of course.
He does the thing where he sort of leans slightly forward in the throne with that sort of, he's curious now. His soldiers are usually pretty good at keeping their cool and such, but this is, for their own sanity.
Yeah, the impression that Deimos gets from his messenger here is that he's befuddled, perhaps slightly amused even.
All right.
As with a quick salute, he will head off to fetch said the guest, who will enter shortly after. Right. Here's his token picture, although he requires introduction. The man that approaches Deimos with confident steps he's got like a walking stick in his right hand, made from some black material that reflects most of the room as if it was almost mirror-like, with not a speck of dust or dirt of any kind on it, which is odd for a walking stick. He's dressed not in the usual style of Philea or Mitros at all, but rather an impeccable black velvet jacket and a crimson red shirt showing underneath. You would best describe him as dapper and gentlemanly, something completely out of place in, anywhere on Philea. He is also wearing a cylindrical hat on his head. And as he gets closer, Deimos can see on his finely detailed cane that the top of it seems to be a brass, almost statue-like representation of some vile, monstrous beast that he straddles with his hand. Initially, he uses the cane to sort of walk as if having a limp, but as he gets closer, he just sort of spins it around as he takes in the resplendent throne room. He stops some appropriate distance away, gives a bow that is almost too shallow, but not quite. And he begins speaking right away, not really waiting for Deimos' reaction, as he says, "Congratulations on your ascension, King Deimos. It may be one of your least significant accomplishments as of late, but definitely the most official one, most palpable one, could say. It screams out to the world and beyond that you're important and approachable. Exactly the two things I need right now."
Looks at him, taking him in for a moment as he does the thing where he leans back and puts his hand slightly on his chin, stroking the bit of beard that is there.
Yeah.
My God was right. I have not seen someone like you. What can I help you with? And welcome to my great city of Mitros.
The man rights himself and returns a sharp smile as he says, "Well, you see, I've been told that Philea is in a lot of flux right now. You, of course, are in the center of it. Dead titans, disappearing gods, angry elder titans, expiring oaths. What a mess, isn't it? While my underlings are reliable, chaos on this scale does warrant a personal visit. I thought to myself, to make sure old customs are observed. My issue has simply been that I wasn't entirely sure who to approach. However, now you are here. Other than that, new power players all across the board, all doing their thing, trying to make the best of this situation, most of which I'm not particularly fond of. And I am both happy and sad to say the player I'm used to dealing with has come to my court, you could say, not as a visitor, but part of my regular payment. Lucky for me that you destroyed her so close to where Philea touches my particular realm, but I can assure you that she is currently in no position to ever bother you again. Here's what I want. I want things to be as steady as they have been. I don't want a sudden apocalypse, just the reliable, steady trickle that I've grown so fond of. You know, of course, what I'm talking about. The bad people, the oath breakers, the liars and cheats and murderers and scammers, the rabble, the misfits, the troublemakers, the deviants. Currently, however, you see, they're not getting where they need to go, and it is severely inconveniencing me. I don't actually need anything from you, you will be happy to hear, other than for you to tolerate my meddling as I put new people into places that your actions have left open. Although you could, of course, go a step further and actually support me more actively, and I have ideas. And in return, I can offer certain privileges, services, items of interest. I'm a resourceful kind of person. I'm also up for a bit of haggling, you know, in case you're not entirely convinced by what I need. That's my thing, after all. Do you know the 4 words that have made me so successful in my line of work? Case-by-case basis. Pure innovation, I tell you. It allowed me to make a deal with Elder Titans, would you believe it? Beings of primordial chaos. A concept previously considered absurd by my colleagues. It's not like they'd ever sign a hard and fast contract, far too emotional for that, but I made things work. And I would like to point out that so far, it worked well for everyone. I would like to keep it that way.
Must looks at the man. So you're from down under, I take it.
I've not heard it referred to as such, but I suppose it's accurate.
You have me somewhat at a disadvantage.
Oh, excuse me. I'm used to everyone knowing who I am.
I'm new
You
at
say-
these heights of power.
Yes, I understand. I apologize. Well, you know how this city is named after a particular person as well? Well, hard to call a person, I suppose, but for the convenience of this simile, Mitros is named after Mitros. My name's
is named after Thylea.
Exactly. My name's Hades.
And you live under the Nether Sea, then?
Not geographically, no, but it's close enough that you would be correct.
And so you had a deal with the Titans, who now no longer run the show.
You could phrase it that way, yes.
And so now you come here to make a deal with me.
A deal that would basically encompass acceptance that you would not be bothered by myself trying to restructure things in a way that is acceptable for the two of us.
I like things that are acceptable. I've tried to make overtures, whoever I could. Recently. Must say your style is some... People always dress as you do where you come from.
He gives Demos another sharp smile and says, "Not exactly. You see, I've been a lot of places, looking at a lot of things, talking to a lot of people, trying to eke out the odd advantage for myself here and there, and some of those styles have just stuck with me.
I feel like I have a lot of things to ask you. If it's not too much to... Are you busy?
Oh, I am entirely busy, and it is a lot to ask me anything. Of course, we could do an exchange of sorts, where you would offer me something, I would answer questions I consider of equivalent value.
Much like this, I suppose. So your request here is regarding putting people in places, which relates to the transfers of what, souls?
There are many words for it, but souls is a good one, yes.
And these places, where exactly would they be?
Well, they're not physical locations, mind you, but more areas of responsibility
See,
and authority, of course.
right. Okay. Right, so say Lutheria had some responsibility.
She sure did. While I wouldn't call her one of my employees, but she's certainly done a lot that worked in my favor, and I would like to reestablish some of those customs.
What sort of customs?
You need not worry about the details. It's the same old structure that has been present in Philea for thousands of years at this point.
Well, we put down Lutheria because she did some things we were not entirely happy with.
Oh, I'm sure she did many things you were not happy with. She went a bit kooky at the end there, I understand.
Actually, a lot of things. So many. Then Sidon had to go as well because he wouldn't accept that, could coexist.
Now, what I think you must understand is that I am entirely on your side here. You see, while something terrible happened to Philea would be a, let's call it a short-term gain for myself, and a big one at that, I'm for the steady and reliable future. The trickle that expands as Philea and its civilizations expand, I would prefer that. Of course, however, if we do not come to proper agreement, I'll accept what I can get.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
That Dimas might know that I don't know. So in our mythology here, Hades is the underworld.
Oh,
Do
yeah.
all people go there when they die, or is there some sort of heaven equivalent where the good people, like, is there an alternative? But what
Yes.
is our cosmology here?
There's most definitely an alternative. There are the usual, in quotation marks, heavens that are basically God dependent. There's Elysium as one that you've heard about, and there are other, concepts of afterlives that exist. Nobody is really sure how exactly things work. There's only one certainty. It's that the bad people go to Hades.
All right.
But not exclusively. We know people can be sent to Hades just for slighting someone with the power to do so.
Just trying to now get in the headspace of Demas' feelings about the afterlife, which I don't think he's had a lot of, to be honest, because I think he considers himself good, and he doesn't like bad people.
Yeah,
He
it's
doesn't.
more like heaven and a good afterlife are vague concept that nobody really agrees on. But Hades, or the hell equivalent, is a certainty.
Yeah.
It exists, period.
And you get there by just being bad, like the worst, or what's the understanding on that?
Bad people usually go there. Oathbreakers definitely go there. That's the big one.
The basis figures is you have Kira, don't you?
He returns another sharp smile. I've got many possessions. She is among them, and one of my most treasured, I would add. Rest assured that she wants for nothing. I'm quite fond of her, in fact.
Oh, that's lovely. I'd love to
Of
talk
course,
to her
I
sometime if
have
possible. We
responsibilities
could
to...
arrange some sort of meeting.
Could you repeat that?
I'd love to meet her or talk to her soon. If we could arrange some sort of meeting, just been a long time, and I've sort of felt bad about not reaching out earlier. It just didn't seem possible.
As you'll say, I'm afraid that won't be possible. While it is true that she does not require any... Of course, I have a responsibility towards properly reacting to her actions and the reasons why she is in my domain. I will admit I'm perhaps treating her too well. But I can't just ignore the fact that she is in Hades for a reason. Meeting other people, no. I'm afraid not.
Oh. So, these other players, we've recently had a visit from Kraken, Godslayer. He and I are not on speaking terms, I suppose. Are you familiar?
Oh, I'm familiar, all right. I'm not one to give away information for free, but there certainly are power players out there that you've not met, but there are also some that you have, in fact, met. There's one in particular I'm not too fond of.
This is so. Just you do not give away information. That much seems obvious. You want something for something. Now, what I have to offer you seems to just be an acceptance that some bad people have their souls go to Hades.
He nods.
But it's hard for me to understand the value of that without knowing the bigger picture.
Well, you see, the thing you're negotiating with is not those bad people or the value they provide to me, but rather your assurance that I won't have to expend extra effort to prevent you from doing something you'll regret eventually. I'm just smoothing the waters, so to speak.
Well, it would be more easier to give you such an assurance if I knew what such a thing would be.
Well, I'm afraid, while I know that you may have a trace of divine heritage, explaining how the cosmos works is... that'll be too much for you, I'm afraid. Tell you what, I'll make some concessions. You have something I want, which is an agreement that I can do what I want, and in return, I'll let you visit Kira. Couple hours.
Much looks at this guy. Just feel like do what you want is sort of a vague term.
I made it vague in the interest of keeping it short. I don't want to have to do what my colleagues have to do, which is to list every little thing that I'm allowed to do and that you don't agree with. We are working on intent here, a thing that you should be familiar with. The concept of oaths is a powerful one that saves both of us a lot of work. When I say I can do what I want, it is in the context of getting what I've explained I want.
nods slowly. That makes sense to him. He sort of, and this is also a player thing, because it seems like a pretty big deal we're talking about here. You know, Demos feels that the way things have been going, I mean, that hasn't seemed so terrible. If he says no and this guy's got to do extra work to get the souls, I mean, what does that even mean? What would we do with them instead? Demos has no idea. This guy is willing to give him something for something he doesn't. Problem is, he doesn't feel like he knows, right? And he feels like this guy seems like he wants to swindle him in some fashion. Can I do an insight check, Sheep? I mean, I'm
You
trying to
absolutely
insight
can.
Hades, but we'll see. 3.
No, he seems to offering something to Demos, like visiting Kira, which he just earlier said is absolutely not a possibility. That seems to really hurt him. He's offering a lot here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Could I bring a friend to this visit?
You know what? I'm feeling generous. I'll let you bring a +1 if you like.
All right. Though I want it stated that this agreement would be stepped in on my side with the belief that you have good intentions.
Oh, careful phrasing there. Good is not something that I am. I am a fact. I'm a part of the universe, so to speak. I am an order that you can agree to, and you reap all the benefits of having order. I do not do anything out of the goodness of my heart or anything that is associated with this. I propose things that benefit me and you.
Nods and says, oaths are powerful things, and they should not be made lightly. What we're doing here is establishing a mutually beneficial arrangement. You say you will do things to help me, though I do not know what they are or truly understand them. Thus, my acceptance of such an oath is, of course, limited by that understanding. If it turns out that what you do is, in fact, not beneficial to me, then this was made on a false premise, correct?
He chuckles slightly. I'm not sure you understand how this works exactly, but that's fine.
He nods as I don't, really.
You see, you can be certain of one thing, and one thing only, really. Whatever happens, I will benefit from it. If Phylea were to suddenly explode in a shower of fiery magma for reasons, well, that would be a lot of salt very quickly, and I could make some short-term gains that I could translate into something else, perhaps. But what you can be certain of is that I prefer reliable and long-term. Which means that if Mitros were to grow, if Phylea as a whole were to become more populated, that would, over the long term, be preferable.
Unless people became better, you know?
Oh, I know people, and I can assure you that that won't be a problem.
But not because you interfere.
I will not force the people to be anything that would benefit me.
You know, this meeting, it is something I want. So let's agree for now, have the meeting, and then maybe in a year or two we can have a longer conversation, because honestly, I barely understand what's happening.
All right, I understand, of course. You are limited in many regards, of no fault of your own. So let me put it this way. I've already said it that way. It's difficult for me to interact with mortals, even you, I suppose. I had higher hopes. Well, let me put it this way. No matter what happens, I'm going to win. The question is whether you will be on my side when that happens or not. I don't act on maybes and signs of goodwill or anything like that. We make a deal or we don't. You agree to work with me, or you implicitly agree to be worked against.
What would it take to have Kira delivered into my custody?
That's a big ask. If you were to agree to a blanket agreement that you will not interfere in any of my schemes, I could see myself agreeing to it.
He just looks at this man, dapper, strange man who calls himself Hades, and asks for so much while explaining so little. He'll stand up. Is this man tall?
He's pretty average. Demon's probably taller than him.
I'm gonna walk over to him. Look over him. I would like to agree to your plans and your ideas. I would like to work together to make this place stable and good and last forever. That is my intention. That might be good enough for you to know that that is what I want, and that my actions will reflect that desire. However, I am wary of anyone who tries to make me make an oath that I do not understand, because their only benefit of me not understanding it take advantage of me. So, let's say your only intention is to promote the good health of the people of Mitros and advance our civilization and our population so that you can benefit from those who fall through the cracks of society. In that regard, I suppose you'd know now that I am your ally, that I want the same things. In that case, you have gotten what you wanted at no cost at all. If that is not the case, if there is more than that you want, more than you've stated that you want, then we will have to have a longer discussion about it. You have something I want, and you came here knowing it. But I also could not face Kira and see her disappointed. So, I have to be the person Kira always believed I was, or at least stated that I could be. So I suppose I will say, which is it? Have you gotten from me what you came for, or would you seek more without explanation? I would like to be your ally.
He returns an unfazed smile as he says, "Oh, Demos, I've gotten exactly from you what I thought I would get from you, which is information. You see, my intent is to profit. What I came here to find out is whether I can do that with you, or will have to do that despite of you. I can be your greatest ally or your worst enemy. It's up for you to choose. I'm not phased either way. I suppose I would almost say you know where to find me, but you really don't. I'll leave a way for you to contact me in case you change your mind, but up until the point that you do, I'm going to assume that you will be a problem. Such is the way of things, life. You complain that you do not understand. I nod sagely and know that you never will. Have a good day then.
And to you.
As he tips his head and saunters outside, his cane once again spinning as if he is pleased with what he just witnessed.
Just watches him. Sort of shakes his head. Gods, I need some wine. And didn't want to find Darius. I need the what is Darius's title in this place?
You tell me.
I suppose like it would be something like he's the prime advisor or arcanist or I was almost saying like vizier, right? That is not really thematically appropriate.
I was gonna say Viziers always backstab the leader, so you find
it is some sort of
that is a word that should be reserved
like
to
Darius has a title because then he can
Archmage?
use that. Yeah, like then he can use that to do his illicit things that Demas doesn't know about. You know, he'll probably say, like, "Yeah, bring me High Scholar Darius." Him and his agents. I will need to discuss this. But go back and sit down, because my, yeah, he has a lot to think about now. He feels suddenly like a small fish in a very big pond. You know, or perhaps more aptly, a tadpole just now beginning to grow legs, not knowing that there is a world outside of the pond it grew up in. And he doesn't like it. He will look down to Xerxia to see what, you know, she's pretending to sleep, but he knows she doesn't.
Yeah, Xerxia has a bit of an expression of utter confusion. She'll probably like let out a bit of a growl and say, "I don't know if that creature is ridiculous or worth fearing. One of the two."
He knows more than we do. That's a problem. We have a lot of catching up to do. That said, a hard time knowing if what he says is true or simply what he wants me to believe is true. What's your impression? Demas has learned to trust Xerxes' impression better than.
She thinks for a little bit and says, I'm afraid I can't judge him well. He talks like someone who wants you to think that he knows more than you do, but I'm also getting the feeling that he does. Perhaps he is simply good at masking the things he does not know while suggesting that he knows everything. Or he does, in fact, know what he's implying.
Then he most likely knows what we're going to do next, Demas says, you know, awaiting Darius's approach.
Yeah, I imagine he's either probably still on like airship project or God Squad. Those are his two big things right now.
God Squad.
Well, this might be related to God Squad work.
Go
Mhm.
Power Ranger. Yeah, I mean.
In this time skip
That's quite
sheep, is there progress on either of those fronts that I could bring to the king?
Not palpable enough to really be worth bringing up, I think.
All right. In that case, he is very irritable and getting like patient while working with the people who are working very hard around the clock on these projects, but sort of walking through the halls alone is quite irritable.
Yeah, a guard will hunt him down, and I think Demos will have given him some like word like to bloody Darius's tooth basically, and inform him that the king would like to see him following an audience with Hades.
Oh yeah, that definitely gets an eyebrow raise. Yeah, then not too long afterwards, kind of like swooping in from over here will be Dareth Axel and Darius.
I think Demos is up and pacing.
There we go. Roll back over. Lands in the throne room. Dismounts. Your Majesty, you summoned me?
Yes, Darius, well, I had a visitor calling himself Hades, lord of the titular land of Hades.
I heard. That must have been quite something.
He was a strange man, dressed unlike anything you've ever seen. He spoke softly, wanted me to agree to give him a blanket check for action. He told me that now that the Titans were gone, their responsibilities were left vacant, and that he was going to put his own people there. He simply wanted me to accept that, rather than try to stop him if those people act in ways that might be disadvantageous to us.
This sounds very similar to Sidon's offers, just from a different mouth. One that has more power, I would imagine.
And that is a step above. If the Titans were trading up to him, then there is now no middle link between us and him. There is no Titans in between. He's going to place other things there. Or at least, he said other creatures are trying to take those places. Put their own people there.
We'll just end up right back where we started.
I
But
thought
perhaps.
it would be interesting knowledge for your God project.
Thank you.
Beyond that, he spoke of Kira. I tried to secure us an audience, but his price was simply too high. He's keeping her. He insinuated she's well enough taken care of, likely frozen in some sort of a menagerie. Seemed a curiosity, a collectible.
She has at least had enough sentience to be able to respond to. He pulls out the quill, sort of does that like little finger trick with it. Although most of her messages simply just are attempts to persuade me to keep focus on what I must do here.
You must will relay, basically go walk back through the conversation with catch up there.
As you do, he says, I do not mean to cause offense, Demos. But with your consent, I would like to see it for myself. Not just for the details of the conversations, but so that I may know the face of this creature.
Demos shrugs. Be my guest, however you wish to.
Okay, then I will cast Detect Thoughts on Demos and see the conversation as I, the player, have.
It's pretty clear in Demos's mind. I don't
Yeah.
think there's a lot of things that distract
I would
him from
imagine
that.
it counts in the looms large over the creature's mind category. You did the right thing. There's
I'm not sure of that, but I am wary of
as you
anything that
said,
does
it
not
was
speak honestly.
as you said, the price was simply too high. And while he may claim that it is for the sake of ease, using oaths as opposed to some other method, it lets him paint with a very broad brush. And we've seen what happens when we're allowed to do so. So Minotaur slavery became an acceptable practice, enforced by oaths. It's what led me into the trap I could not escape from without Kira's sacrifice.
I hope that an oath would bind him in the same ways it would me. But I simply
I
do not
don't-
know how to specify that, because I do not know anything.
This creature is the one who commands the Furies. It is the one who made the deal with Kentimane and Thylea. He is the force behind oaths. So if he wanted to ignore it, I do not see him being enforceable, as we all are.
He made a deal with Kentimane and Thylea. Should he break his own, I don't think they would appreciate.
Well, it depends on the current status of the Titans. We know that Thylea still lives, and Kentimane is in some sort of state. I was told by the Furies that the only way to dissolve oaths is for all three of those creatures to be defeated. They very much insinuated that it was plausible and that it would free them from their service and be the way that we could rescue Kira.
Darius, we simply need more information. There
I
is.
agree.
Where do souls go? Why does he want them? What benefit does he gain from them going to Hades? I always thought that was simply a way to make people more honest. You don't want to go there because it's bad, but why does he benefit?
I don't know.
How could we learn these things? Back in the Tower of Praxis, there was a gateway to some other place that wasn't Hades, but wasn't the Nether Sea. I mean,
It was a land of stars in all directions.
the Titans knew. They are dead, so are their followers. How did they learn it? Been here forever. Sphinxes, the questions we could ask them, but we have already expended our visit.
There must be some other creature who knows.
Someone who would
Something.
explain this to us. It should be simple. It simply would take the time. We are to act upon this stage without simply being taken advantage of, then we must know where it is, how large it is, what roles we are to play.
Whatever the
Problem
case,
is, any creature we ask would only give us its own version. Well, there was a way to objectively see it, we view it, to get a taste. That looks up, thinking, only Mitros could talk to us. He would explain it.
maybe.
Descended. Only she is one of these great players. Power is real. allows marvelous miracles to happen. Saved my life in a way that others could not. She defended me from Kentimane.
Even that was likely the biggest extension of her power that she could muster.
And that is a mighty power indeed. But how would we reach her? I have spoken to her in prayer, but the answers are more of a feeling.
I don't know if gods will be the source of our answers, but it is worth trying.
What
Perhaps
is this
continuing
Hades
your
if not a god, Darius?
something more.
There is something
The one who
beyond them, then. Does that not reduce the gods to simply being beings of power?
That's precisely what it reduces them to.
She would at least know more than we do.
Then it's worth continuing your prayers. I'll continue to think about this, but this creature scares me more than anything. And I don't know what it wants these souls for, but it is not a simple place of do good and you can avoid it, and evildoers shall be punished there. Good people have been sent to him for the most trivial of reasons.
I simply worry that whatever drastic thing we might do is exactly what he would expect us to do.
You see a moment where Darius is going to say something and then stops himself.
We need information. I think that is the first and most important thing. If we act without knowing, then we might do more damage than. And we need to be wary. If he came here to talk, he could have not approached me. And simply, he hoped he would get the agreement from me, but he seemed the sort of being, at least he wanted to seem that way, who always wins no matter the outcome, which means that if I'd agreed with him, then he would win. If I didn't, he would win because our actions taken would benefit him. Darius, I do not want to inadvertently bring ruin upon my city for the glory of this creature by acting in ways to defend it, which only causes its own downfall. Shakes his head. It is difficult to know what to do or what not to do. But I can trust Mitros. She's on our side.
You see Darius sort of shakes himself out of a stupor as if he sort of had been not tuning out, but elsewhere for a second. Yes, the alternatives are much worse. Let's continue to seek information where we may. I will try once more with Kira, see if she can provide anything.
The boar we slew. First great deed. It gave Kira power. Primordial beast. There must be others. Perhaps if we could find such a beast, bring its power to Mitros, we could empower her enough to, for a moment, speak to us, to give us some words of wisdom or hope in these matters. Perhaps.
If there's anything that could do that, I can only imagine it being this creature itself or the Kraken. And that Kraken has to die anyway. So perhaps we should resume the hunt.
Not sure we have the means to defeat it. We fought Kentimane, who was what was keeping this beast at bay. We had the Colossus. We don't.
We have our power. We have dragons. We need simply to lure it into an environment where we have the advantage over it.
We can find
It
such a
owns the
thing.
waters. We cannot fight it there.
We could fight upon the Great Plains, then I would be all for it.
Well,
If you can find such a way, let me know.
you're not going to like it.
Of course, we'll take that when we get there.
I can tell you one thing right now that it cares about very much.
Yes, let's set more elder evils upon the world than we have to. I will try to see if I can contact him in a more direct way. If there are other worlds, and the Titans could build a door there, then others could as well. You yourself have one of these creations. Could we replicate it somehow to make one that would go elsewhere?
I don't know.
This being
Even
Hades
if we could.
has rivals, enemies, maybe they would speak to us. Give us enough that we navigate.
Perhaps. I will return to the library.
I will go to the Temple of Mitros. We have the biggest one here, after all.
Very well.
That's what he'll do. He needs to talk to these priests of Mitros, because he needs some divine assistance here to try to learn about what in the world is happening around him.
All right. What exactly does Demos intend to do? Like a prayer to ask for guidance, or?
I mean, first he would ask to meet with the. I'm sure we have like a circle of priests of Mitros, right? Who
Oh yeah.
have understanding of this. While they're gathering, he will indeed ask Mitros for her help and guidance, and just ask that he wishes to talk to her. He understands that she sees all that happens here, and that she knows his doubts and his wants. He will, in his inner voice, say that he does not feel up to this task, and he knows that he must be, because there is no one else. Yet he needs some aid. He needs some guidance. He needs to find answers, so that he does not step along a path that should not be taken. Because he asks for. She's been distant from the world for so long, likely a result of some oath or another, but he needs to find a way to reach her if she cannot reach him.
Demos's prayer, while he wouldn't call it goes unheard, does not evoke a response that he can really feel. Like there's no voice, no vision, or anything. The priest, perhaps noticing that, suggests that it's difficult to commune with the truly divine, the distant greater gods, much more difficult than, with gods that walk the earth, certainly. And that's a problem that many have faced. Chances are that while Mitros is not ignoring him, his need for guidance probably just isn't great enough that it gets the attention of a greater god. He's not in a fight with Kentimane and needs assistance right now. He's just not sure what to do next, which is so many magnitudes less relevant, less important, that it just doesn't probably get through. The clerics of Mitros spend years and years in contemplation on how to get answers on even the most simplest questions, so he shouldn't feel bad about it. But there is one way that might get the attention of even a greater deity, which, of course, is a sacrifice. In the case of both the Titans and the Five, a common practice is hunting a great beast and then dedicating the kill to said god or Titan, and then hoping for a response. In particular, there are the great beasts, one of which, of course, was your challenge very, very long ago, the great boar. More of those beasts exist, although, of course, they are very rare, and they are often hunted and chased after by, well, mostly intrepid adventure seekers, which do exist. That could be a way, although a sacrifice is only very relevant if it is something that was a difficult journey. It's usually the difficult journeys that really get the attention.
What does Mitros ask for in sacrifice? Is there a particular thing that when sacrifices are made to Mitros? Sidon loved the white bowls. They're kids. So.
Yeah, Sidon and also Lufer, in a sense, enjoyed those because they were pure and they were expensive. Although it will, of course, only be a priest of the Five who suggests that Sidon only liked the sacrifice because it inconvenienced the sacrificer. Maybe he just really liked them. Mitros. Let me actually take a look because I don't know
she's
that.
She's a goddess of the domain of light.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find that out. No, she doesn't really have any preferred sacrifice. In fact, both the Five and her, of course. Sacrifices, they are about the intent. A poor family sacrificing a boar, that's a message that really says, hey, we're so desperate that we're sacrificing something we could have needed, and we would like a response. And generally, the Five are actually sort of against that sort of thing, because it's a bit absurd to make yourself suffer just to show that you're really serious about needing help. What is required is basically a journey that is difficult enough to really show to Mitros that Deimos needs help here. Something that he probably wouldn't do normally, something that is explicitly done for this purpose. In the case of back then, you didn't have to sacrifice the great boar to Kira. That was a decision you made without her pushing. And it's certainly something she rewarded you with. She rewarded you for. And in the case of Mitros, you would have to find something similar. Can I suggest something specific you could do for that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, it's a question I'm asking myself right now. Although before I think about that, the other suggestion that the priests do is that in the case of needing guidance, there are, of course, the Five who were either approached directly in the case of Queen Valus, if she had the time to receive someone. There were also other sources of guidance. The Oracle was one of them. Probably one of the most commonly approached one, although all those options have disappeared as of late. Which is certainly an issue. Of course, mechanically speaking, if you found a high enough level cleric, they could certainly use their clerical connection to expedite the process. But for someone without the divine connection to a particular source of information, it's difficult, and finding the way to justify a direct intervention, which that would be from a greater deity, is difficult.
someone. He doesn't know who else to ask. Who else exists? That's the problem. He does not know. How do you find out? You ask someone. So he's in a bit of a circular trap here. That he does not know who to ask about who he could ask. That's the 5, but they lost their divine. Could seek out Thylia? Her. The Golden Heart.
Yeah, I was thinking that. That's sort of the only well-intending.
But I don't think.
If Deimos is thinking about that, his scouts might report Darathaxel flying in that direction.
But Deimos does not think that she necessarily would. I don't. Yeah, he doesn't think that she is aware enough to answer the question of how does the cosmos function?
But was she not? I mean, her and like she was part of making the deal with Hades, at least, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, so at least she would be able to explain some of that, maybe. If she were so inclined, I suppose. Really can't make her do anything.
Yeah. Could he go? Would be into light. Such a way as to get an off. Is that what she would want him to? No, ideally he should solve his own problems. Deimos is a fighter. He has hardly any skills and no spells whatsoever. He can kill things really well. Well, sort of well. That's his thing. How does he kill himself to this information?
That's where you put it.
How does he use the skills he has to attain what he wants? He terrorizes someone for it. Where did we meet
I
the
don't
fates
think
again?
that Thylia would, or Mitros would appreciate that.
Where did we meet the fates again? Are they super important cosmically? Probably not.
They are on that level.
Okay.
Maybe not on the level of Hades himself, but they are certainly a force that is felt all over Phylea.
Mhm.
They sort of piggyback on that whole old thing and do their own twist on it.
Considers, at least more than briefly, if you should go there and demand answers or else. You know. He at least has power enough that he would be a problem for them. But he doesn't know how that would affect Darius or he wouldn't.
Well, the main problem is they would see you coming, right? Like that's.
Oh yeah, so
That's
they would
always
tell
the
me
problem.
they would tell me what I want to know, because they would see what would happen if they didn't. Look into
Just
your
gonna
future,
say.
witches. Look into your future,
Yeah.
and you will know what is coming.
Is it worth it? Yeah. I mean,
Perhaps as a reminder, since Darius already explicitly stated earlier, this Hades person seems to be exactly the creature that the Furies would not mind disappearing, and in fact would benefit from it.
Yeah, I mean, yet they didn't seem super keen on explaining the universe either.
Mhm.
How would you even meet them? They were at the Tower of Praxis, but that's unavailable now. Could you go there still? Has anyone tried?
I think we freed that Titan in it, right? So
Probably broke it.
yeah.
Yeah, I
I
don't
thought he
think
was like foundational to the tower.
I don't think we resolved that fully, but if you want to have freed that Titan, the tower would be no more.
That would be the idea. I think
He
we tried
is
to
a
free the ones we could.
he was a load-bearing prisoner.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
out of there then.
Would love to keep that telescope or the globe, but no,
Not
he's
worth
got to go
imprisoning
free.
them.
Yeah.
They've suffered enough.
Exactly.
The volcano would tell me, but he was never going there again, ever.
Would the volcano tell you?
It would tell me. It would tell me. But that would turn into a
Just turn
monster.
you into Medusa first. Then you'll go mad.
Yeah, this is a real pickle. Then again, Deimos is learning how little he knows of Thylia, or how things work, how anything works. Everyone's smarter than him, and he hates it. It used to be okay, because he had a thing. He knew what he needed to do, you know? He knew where the Titans were, he just had to beat them. Now that he's done that, everything's so complicated.
He misses the old days, simple days.
It was simpler, at least. He had a purpose. Now he's going to find his own way. He keeps clinging to others, trying to find out what they would tell him to do. He just,
Yeah.
you know, he's in a fog and doesn't know where the road is, and so it's hard to follow one of them. Yeah, that's as much me. You guys can do something. I'm thinking out loud.
Harry, do you have anything?
No, I'm good if you wanna go. I don't really.
Sure. Yeah, I'm flying to the Golden Heart. Cheap.
All right, you can do that.
Please be nice to Thylia.
Mm-hmm.
Don't threaten her.
Don't what?
Don't threaten her.
I'm not threatening Thylia. She's the one person who's understood where Darius has come from.
Crazy exes, or I suppose, yeah.
No, I am the crazy ex.
Yeah.
Actually, no. First, he was a little possessive. It was just bad all around. For the best.
You know what, Seraph? Give me a D20. That's a decision I need to think about.
15.
Okay, it's probably good for you.
Good or bad?
Probably good.
Whether or not the
Bercy's
centaurs
gonna
are
be waiting
currently
there.
there.
Fuck.
Like, we have 500 years to talk about.
So here's the thing. Does that's probably good for you mean she is there, or is that she's not there?
It means the centaurs aren't there.
Oh, the centaur. Yeah, we're no longer in their lands. That's not how they see it, though.
All right.
They think they are right.
Darius and Darafaxel will grab the anti-Kara device and head off to fly. The Golden Heart. Let me look at the thing so I can give you a better intro there. Although you know how it looks. The lush
Stunning.
hills, the massive tree in the center, the various beasts, including lions, and of course what's it called? The various creatures, some of which even have fur that is said to be entirely made out of gold. The lions with intelligence that seems one step above cunning and, well, judging, observing. The horses flying through the skies. Mythical beasts aplenty. Of course, as Darius makes his way there. Well, he's not really a mythical being. He is easy enough to spot, as he himself often hangs out near where the massive mother tree of Ilea is, which is, of course, a huge bronze dragon who seems to be pondering things in general and not really paying attention to Darius' arrival. Do I have the map still? I don't think I do.
It's okay. Oh yeah, unusually so. Unless Dareth Axel starts conversation, Darius is more or less silent the whole way. He normally chats with her and is just like relishes being in her company again and whatnot when we fly over the 2-day travel, but not this time.
Axel, I don't see if it's the type to make conversation either. If Darius needs some time to think, we should give him that.
Mm-hmm.
So you arrive.
Mm-hmm. And I, find a good spot so that Dareth Axel can rest after the 2 days. Maybe make eye contact, give a little nod, Vulcan.
There's a bit of a twitch across the large body of the bronze dragon as he perks up, turns around. Oh, hello. I suppose this is a place where many come if they feel lost. So I should not be
Sorry,
surprised to see you here. Although, of course, I mean no offense with that.
None taken.
Yeah, Arya comes here too. She has a little hut somewhere.
Sorry, do you prefer to go by Sybil Corax again? I didn't mean to.
Quite frankly, that is one of my many questions. I mean, at this point, I think I've lived a longer life being Vulcan than I have being anyone else. Choose one, I'm not offended.
That doesn't help. If you're all right with both, then perhaps I'll just alternate.
That he ponders that for a moment. That seems like the worst of the two decisions, but you do you.
It's on you to tell me how you identify, friend, and then on me to go with that. So with no guidance, I will wander aimlessly.
Oh, don't we all?
Yes, that's in fact why I'm here. Looks over towards the big tree.
If you're looking for helpful, specific answers, I don't know if this is the place.
Perhaps with alternatives made clear, that might change.
Perhaps. I would not stop you from trying, of course. But perhaps before you try, you could tell me what's happening. I used to be the source of much wisdom once.
I'm struggling with thoughts that, to be honest, I am quite ashamed of. But with the information I currently have, seems like the only way to save those who aren't already doomed. It's not a great headspace to be in.
I assure you, shame is an old friend of mine.
He looks. Can I size Vulcan up essentially, or
as a potential enemy?
No. And also maybe a bit of a content warning for players and whatnot. How grim can he take?
Let's not go too grim. This is heroic fantasy. If there's something that Darius is struggling with,
yeah,
and you think it's borderline trigger warning territory, maybe we should discuss that in private.
The thing is, he has desperately trying to avoid what he's thinking. So he has basically come to plead for an alternative.
I mean, let's
'Cause
keep it light.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I don't want to go there, so I'm just sort of trying to emphasize, like, yeah, I'm begging for an answer.
Perhaps completely out of character and metagame then.
Hmm.
If I set up a situation that seems incredibly bleak without alternatives, there's two likely paths that
Hmm.
I intend to take that. One, you're missing the key.
Hmm.
Not because of your own fault, but because it simply hasn't materialized yet. Or
Hmm.
two, it's because I want you to be heroically defiant in the face of impossible odds. And chances are that, this being a heroic campaign,
Hmm.
you won't be punished for that. Quite the opposite, in fact.
Hmm.
So if things look bleak to the point where you're like, oh, my character is going in a very, very dark direction, talk to me in private, and we can figure out a way to turn that around. But
Sure.
if you're talking about a topic where like, I don't know if we should play that out, chances are we shouldn't.
Yes. No. I don't want to. It's just a thought that sort of came into my head during the Hades conversation, because as a result of things he was saying, and I don't like it. So I would like an alternative. He's coming to the one person who has sort of empathized, understood, and given some guidance that wasn't just like, you're a hero, you'll figure it out.
Sometimes doing the thing that seems heroic, even if you're not sure if it's the right thing, might turn out to be the right thing.
Is this from Sybil Corex or Thylia?
Probably from the former.
Okay, then I would, respectfully say I would still like to uh, if nothing else, inform Thylia of what just happened, and if that's all the productivity that comes from it, then that's fine, I suppose.
So you would like to commune with Hylia and basically
Because she
transmit.
gets everything, right? Like she gets everything when you make contact, right?
Well, Darius
That's
wouldn't
what
know the specifics.
I seem to remember that when we first communed with her, she like got the entire life experience or something, and then judged you, and then you got to ask a question based on whether she approved or not.
It's difficult to assign rules to
Sure.
interactions with divinity. That's how it seemed to go by last time. Perhaps it's the same this time. Who knows?
Okay, then I touch the tree.
All right. What is your intent here as a player?
To share what has happened, right? So she gets the update, the new version of the entire life experience of Darius, including the quote unquote solution that Hades' words through Demos's mind made him think that he absolutely does not want to do, and simply sharing the experience with the Phoenix and whatnot, and like trying to do something nice for Dareth Axel by letting her beat up, like get those urges out that she restrains all the time when we were ambushed by something, but then it turned out to be something horrible and that he deeply regrets, and really desperately wanting freedom for the Thylians who have been trapped here, like the mortal races, due to the storms kept by Sidon and now Wild, and also giving them an opportunity to go home might let the native races have the lands back, and all these things that are just sort of swirling around, but it all is so huge and vague, and it needs some direction on pursuing a better alternative, such as stopping the Kraken from taking Sidon's divine spark, or how in any way possible to claim it for a more benevolent purpose. She sees his desire for the skies to be clear. That kind of thing. Just needs some way to go.
All right. Let's do it as follows. Philia will respond, although perhaps not in the exact same way as before. Consider this as a casting of Commune.
Okay.
The target, of course, being Philia, and limited to the knowledge and the opinions that are relevant to her. So if you ask something that is entirely irrelevant to Philia as, the Elder Titan of the lands, or something that a creature like that wouldn't care about, there won't be an answer. But, opinions, that is fine. But it is limited to yes, no, or unclear.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause I might need a second to think about this. I don't know if there's other stuff I want to. You can't have divine prophecy. 3 questions that can be answered with yes or no. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to phrase it like the enemies of your children and whatnot, but like, will the Kraken claim the divine spark and use it against Philia unless stopped or unless interrupted? Or is it? Yeah, I'll go with that.
That would get you an unclear.
Can a divine spark be taken by a mortal in ways other than achieved by Balmitra?
Yes.
Are there creatures accessible by mortals who know how?
Yes.
Okay. Then I give her my deepest thanks and just sort of sit there for a while and then return to Mitros maybe in like a day or two. Take a second to try to clear my mind and think about it and let Dareth Axel rest and whatnot, and then go back out into the world.
A rough couple days for Demos, because he's somewhat felt helpless in a way. Nothing he can do. There's no answers. He simply does not have the tools to solve his problems. And I think it's one of those moments. He's been up at night, not sleeping, not resting, really, thinking that he finds himself suddenly feeling like a fool. Because he, I think, will come to the conclusion that, yes, there are problems he cannot solve. There's always been problems he couldn't solve. Someone asked him to make a dress, he couldn't do so, because he has no idea where even to begin. This is merely a problem for which he is not the tool. He is a hammer. Demos is very good at hammering nails. Demos does not make a sail. No. If someone wants to come and act against him in some way, Deimos doesn't have the means to go ahead of them, to take away their opportunity to act, stop them in their tracks. Because that is not what Deimos does. What Deimos will resolve to do, however, is simpler. As he thought about going for the Fates, well, they would foresee his approach. They would know how it would go. Well, beings that are smarter than him will know how things will go as well. He simply has to ensure that if something comes and begins messing with him or with Mitros or his allies, that they would live to regret it. That whatever they did would be so costly and so difficult that they would rather not. Deimos can't fight with them when they're being clever. But cleverness can only get you so far. Deimos is a wall, then they will have to scale it to get behind him at some point. He does not need to know how to deal with these things. He never has known how to deal with things, and they always have been there, anywhere else in his life they've been there. It's only that now he feels it's his responsibility. The Five probably did too, but how would his father Pythor deal with this? He wouldn't. Could. That's not inherently Pythor's fault. Doesn't make him a bad god. It simply means he isn't the kind of god who can deal with this. He resolved to deal with things he can deal with as best he can, and then try not to worry too much about what he does not have the capabilities of dealing with anyway. If they come at some point and knock on his door, try to tear his city down, then he will be in their face. Or the face of whatever they send to do so. He will need a strong city. A city that can do what he intends to do. A city that could last without him, but also a city that shouldn't have to. He gears himself up with that. He's good at what he does, and that he isn't good at what he doesn't do, well, that shouldn't make him any less proud of being good at what he does do. Now, this being probably wanted him to panic. He's just not going to. He'll continue to focus on his fleet. Focus on making the Kraken at least have trouble attacking the city if it should decide to. That is something he can work on. All this cosmic stuff. Not really his. That's not really at his level. And so I assume time will pass.
Time will pass. At this point on my vague imaginary timeline, we're probably crossing year 2 at this point.
Right.
I would inform Deimos of what I have learned from Thylea, and if he's focusing on the projects that he can focus on, confirmation that there is someone out there who knows how to do or need to do. I would ask them for, using the resources of the King of Mitros to cast a wide net.
Hey, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. You can do that. In his wheelhouse.
We know now that it can be done besides the trickery that, they wouldn't fall for again. And that someone here knows how to do it. So finding them is a tangible goal. And we also have some urgency that the Kraken is probably looking for it,
Yeah.
It would have been a no if it wasn't actively working towards it.
Let us spread
Just
the
didn't
news
know
that
if it could.
we're collecting information on powerful diviners and people in the know of various sorts.
Yeah. Talk to
They're
Aesop.
adventurous in
Like,
this realm
yeah.
who will gladly help the divine heroes to
Mhm.
such answers where possible, and maybe even a creature or two who itself might consider showing up if it knows we're actually looking for it.
Also, if Ariad can help as well, like talking to the native tribes and whatnot, like the oral traditions, the stories that are within those cultures that haven't really been shared or noted down on paper.
She would, I think, though. I mean, I think most of the older tribes at least would have like basically. I think the five were the first gods to sort of acquire power, I suppose. Here, although the other people were the Titans, and
We're born with it.
yeah, exactly. It's like, how did the Lord of the Waves become the Lord of the Waves? He sprung. But she'll definitely do it. I mean, she's also looking to sort of. I mean, she's looking into old stuff anyway, right? She's looking for, tracks of old siren societies. She's obviously still being like, "Hey, have you heard of that big fucking Kraken thing? Like, what's that about?" Like,
I mean, yeah, nobody even
just
has to
because it is.
directly know, right? Like, it's not like we have to
Yeah.
directly find the person. Even just spreading that, like, there may be somebody out there who stumbled upon like a wealth of knowledge that they knew for certain would get them killed, and they have been
Yeah.
on the run, hiding, terrified ever since. And just hearing that, the Dragonlords, the King of Mitros, very powerful people are looking for them without knowing that it's them, they may come to us.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think. I mean, she would definitely do that. Though, I mean, no words of like, "Hey, we want to become gods" is gonna be that's. She'll, I think,
Yeah.
be a little more subtle. Like,
Yeah, definitely.
it's not a poster on the it's like, "Hey, God Squad searching for members." No, it's
We want you.
take this slip. Yeah, no, that's not.
Yeah, probably as a years-long project, getting like trusted people, and then be like, keep your eyes out.
I think also, meanwhile, like while all this is going on, she's trying to like. I don't know if they're again. Siren society seems very disorganized by like, I mean, to a fault, as like, but also for a good reason. I think that she would try to establish like, so if she goes to a siren like cove or like a tribe, she'll try and learn like what tribes they have contact with and sort of try to map out where the different tribes are. It's very hard to contact tribes that she doesn't know exists, and she can fly over and scout out, but again, they sort of, by virtue of their past, are about hiding and not attracting attention. So she can't go into every, slightly deeper looking cave on Small Island. So I think she would try and like establish some kind of, and I think, I mean, she would definitely tap into like her old connections as the winged messengers. I imagine they would have some kind of idea, though. Yeah.
Yeah, that connection definitely does help a bit. There's a few. I mean, it's not a super organized network,
No.
but there is some established some established ways how to go about things, how to. For a messenger to actually get work, you sort of need to have a structure that accepts that work. It's not exactly post office level, but
No.
there's something akin to that, and those connections certainly do help connecting to other people who might know more, or to just spread words or those sort of things.
Yeah. I think it's also just like it's like a again you sort of have to be trusted because I mean technically the fucking messenger, if they know how to reseal everything, they could just look into a mail, right? Like there's no fucking I suppose that there would be some kind of oath when you do become a messenger of like, hey, don't fucking snoop and stuff. That's not yours or something like that.
Most of the messages delivered are verbal, so there's no
Yeah,
fear that a secret message will be intercepted because it's not that secret. Some messages are like delivered in code, so the messenger himself or herself doesn't know what it really means. Things like that.
Yeah. But yeah. Just start mapping out, and I suppose focusing a little more after having the conversation with the sirens, you know, reconnecting with them is sort of in the focus now. I think she still goes to other places, but yeah.
Sheep, I have a question for you, and this definitely would be more in the Artemisia realm than, if Hallamir was here, I would go and ask, but perhaps we can find out over the time skip. I just kind of assumed that Narcissus had become a dragon again. Do we actually know that that's true?
You do not. How?
I do not think of Astoria.
Of Arisia.
We see it.
But like, surely that would have. I imagine that would not have been subtle. Like if a person just turned into a dragon.
Let's see. Is there a check that would be appropriate to
like,
hearing rumors?
News scavenging? Yeah. Because maybe Narcissus knows something and was just like, nah, I'm not gonna bother with this because I can stay a god.
I was gonna say, even if he can't, I mean, he is a powerful dragon, and he can polymorph himself into a human or god-looking thing, I suppose.
Yeah, there isn't really a streetwise. I guess it would be under persuasion. If Darius were to
or
go
investigation, maybe?
Investigation is more detective work. If you're looking for rumors, it would definitely be persuasion.
Can I do some detective work? See, like, is Narcissus? The question I'm sort of angling for is maybe Narcissus knows something we don't, and it still has their divine spark.
I mean, investigation works on the crime scene, but
okay,
it's not really the right thing here. Like you're not investigating something that is logical. Like if you had a device or a place you want to know about, then investigation would be right. But if you're listening to the word on the street, it's definitely persuasion.
Persuasion. Okay.
Yeah, in particular, there are some merchants that travel between Mitros and Arisia. It's not exactly the most common thing, but there are vague lines of communications that could actually result in something. And a 26 is certainly pretty high. So what Darius will hear, let's see, 26. I actually have to look at how the DCs would end up for this. This is a rare thing.
It's just a shot in the dark, so.
Look, if we ask everyone, there's a chance that someone knows.
Exactly, and I was like, I had to paint a pretty broad brush with the 3 questions.
Spread shot,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you find out something that is very hard to find out.
Ooh.
I'll actually give you multiple things for this, because the answer might not be incredibly satisfactory. As far as you hear, the people who might actually know something about Arisia and what goes on there are not aware that anything crazy big happened. Not like their god turned into a dragon level of obvious. Which might not be entirely surprising, as Darius learns. The god of Arisia, Narcissus, is kept basically very, very secluded. He does not go out in public. He isn't really heard about. As far as, maybe it's like a merchant who just rambles on. As far as he is aware, Narcissus is pampered to the max. He is the prime partner of the queen and whoever he fancies, really, as is his right. And those few select people get to interact with him. But everyone else doesn't really get to see his splendor. So if something happened to him, it's not unlikely that just it's being suppressed.
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say, if he doesn't have to do anything godly, it doesn't even matter if he's a dragon or not. Like
surely the supply chains would have been modified even a little bit, right? If you're now feeding a dragon instead of a god. But I guess either way, they would just want everything.
Yeah, I mean, again, he can just appear as a person, right?
Yeah.
It's like he can appear as a handsome person that he was before, I suppose.
Yeah, I always forget that dragons can polymorph.
Yeah.
On that note, though, it is very, very obvious whether the person standing in front of you is of a divine nature or not.
That's true.
Like there's a palpable feeling of divinity that Valis has often used to get her point across, which a polymorph dragon would not have.
If I'm assuming that Darius has like a Aragorn cloak on or something like that and is skulking around Arisia. Can I find a picture of Narcissus?
I want to make it clear that Darius would not be able to get into the Arisia. What I'm working off here is basically him interviewing merchants that arrived in Mitros from Arisia. Getting into Arisia is a challenge to the point that we can't handwave that.
Even if he teleports in?
Does he know a place in Arisia to teleport into?
He saw it once from the forest above, but that's pretty far off. So
he could try, but it is also worth mentioning high-level magics is not something that Arisia is unfamiliar with. Valis was a magic user of unparalleled strength, really.
Of course, she didn't mess with Arisia.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but Arisia knows how to deal with it. So teleport is not safe. I just want to...
Fair.
Teleportation might not be safe. It is not the be-all, end-all. There are other high-level spellcasters who are aware of the existence of those spells.
On 26, I guess I would like to try to see if I can find a picture of Narcissus, or an image of what they look like. Is that a thing I can do?
You could. Turns out pictures of Narcissus are plenty because he is
I would have thought so.
Of course, not in Mitros technically, but in Arisia, I mean, he is an object of divine beauty, and many merchants sell totally legit portraits of him.
Of course, Narcissus tell-all books that for the ghostwriter.
Yeah, of course, not like in public, but
like collector's items for the nobility.
Let me see if I can find them for you.
While you do that, I'm going to see what my rigged rolls look like today. Not good. Oh no, actually no, those are good.
Hello. You know what? Let me retcon that. It appears that Narcissus' divine beauty would be too much for your average mortal to handle. There are plenty of pictures, but none of them are likely real. He is a coveted object of worship.
It's like a portrait. Yeah. Narcissus behind 7 veils.
Yeah.
Closest we can
I'm just
possibly
going to
get.
try and see if you can scry someone just based off a description. You've heard of the target, you've met the target, you know the target well. Connection. I'm going to assume that I can't get a hold of any of Narcissus' possessions. That seems difficult. It just talks about how well I know the target. I don't think it specifies I have to know what they look like. Yeah.
I mean, you are vaguely aware that Narcissus exists.
So yeah, I'd get a +5 modifier because it's just the you have heard of the target. But still, I would like to try to scry Narcissus and give them a 2 on the saving throw.
Right, he gets a +5 because it's only second-hand knowledge.
So yeah, their save modifier +3.
What is the ability you use to force a save on him?
Portent.
That is the Divination Wizard one, right?
Yes. I also have the one from hang on, where's the description for it?
Yeah, because what is relevant here is you can replace any roll made by you or a creature that you can see with one of these foretelling rolls.
And this would be before I see Narcissus. Okay, that's fair. Let me see my prophetic trance.
That you can see suggests line of sight, so seeing them via clairvoyance I don't think would actually work.
Roll 2 20s. You can replace any attack, saving throw, or ability check made by you or a creature that you can see. Yeah, it's the same. Okay, never mind. You know what? I'll just take that. Let's do a real roll for Narcissus.
Okay.
Just imagine Darius just keep going until it works.
I got a year.
Spam rolling this shit. Yeah, I will see you, dude.
Also might be in a room that just protects him from scrying. So
yeah, that's...
Yes, as it turns out, your spell fails.
Cool.
I mean, think of all the adoring fans that would just be looking at him all the time otherwise. Like, fucking people go to... In Odyssey, people go to wizard schools to try and attempt to scry on Narcissus, obviously.
Clearly.
Like, yeah.
I could try 3 more times.
He's, you know...
I have something else I'd like to do.
Yeah, go for it.
Approach.
Just wanted to see if Narcissus still had that aura.
Demas wants to go and visit his mother and father.
Sure. They are easy enough to find. The same old home.
You know, just mention offhandedly, if the 2 of them ever wanted to do the Oath of the Dragonlord, at least they would be wonderful. Caring.
Oh my god!
Spiders.
That would be incredible!
You know,
I love that so much.
they wanted a new chapter in their life to take the oath and fight alongside one another. Be good at the future. Then, you know,
So
he
if they
understands
get tired of farming,
he understands
break.
if they still want their holiday, right? It's just he puts it out there. If ever that's a thing, then yeah.
They. If Demos approaches them through the throng of people that will inevitably follow him.
Oh no, he'll tell those to stay home. He's just going out. He doesn't visit here with people.
How does he want to visit them without people? Or am I misunderstanding what you're trying to do here?
People, you mean just like court people?
No, like random people who see him walking the streets.
Oh.
They would certainly be interested in what the king is up to, just walking through the streets like one of the citizens. That's peculiar, so something good will happen.
I'm sure he has some way to disguise himself, right? Can we... someone help? Another thing that is not in Deimos' wheelhouse is disguising himself.
Surely you have mages who can cast disguise self on you.
Can you cast that on other people?
I mean, surely there's a way, a well-established way, for kings to go out and do spying. I mean, reconnaissance incognito. At least there should be.
Deimos puts on a baseball cap and sunglasses, walks out the back door.
Then they would immediately recognize him.
I think she to think about it here. It took a moment. He would have someone deliver like a message suggesting a meeting like elsewhere, right?
Oh.
You know, suggesting like that he's going to take a stroll, like tomorrow afternoon, around this forest to get some fresh air. That time he's going to be alone. Be looking for familiar company.
Sure, a spot outside Mitros where you can meet in peace certainly works.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, when Deimos organizes for him to meet them alone, Xerxes will consider that she is part of that, because obviously
yeah, that goes without saying.
That can be arranged. If
Well,
you would like,
if any courtiers or something want to follow him, he can fly on a dragon. They can really.
Yeah, the courtiers, mostly the soldiers who've been taken over much of the scholarly work required in the administration of Mitros. They are not very clingy. They do their work. Deimos wants to go out alone. You know, he's a big boy.
Good men.
So yeah, you can find a spot.
Is it his mother and father, or just by
They would both be present.
Oh, nice. You know, Deimos doesn't get the chance to talk to them that often because he doesn't want to draw attention to them.
Let's see if I can find the tokens.
But yeah, he would just seeing them, ask how they've been, do that little bit of small talk. They probably know how he's been because he's a pretty public figure these days.
They actually don't really know anything because they've been avoiding any sort of news.
Okay, well, how have they been? Are they enjoying obscurity?
Pythor suggests that he does, perhaps a bit too enthusiastically.
That he hears that the Order of Dragonlords is always looking for new pairings of, rider and the dragon. If they ever would like to pursue a career of that kind, you could always put in a good word for them.
They both mirror each other's expressions of basically staring at Deimos and then sort of looking away as Pythor says something along the lines of, "You're very much aware of how much I would like that. However, there would be a lot of questions. I am worth remembering in any form that I am, and if I were to be remembered, there would be a lot of awkward questions. And, well, and Ophelia will say that she's not a fighter. She makes music. She's not a battle bard or a sword singer. She's tried flying with Pythor once, and it went badly.
Demos will just give his mother a smile. It's in a way he's playing with them. He'd not intend for this to go anywhere beyond him. Just seeing a genuine reaction from. But he'll smile a little bit. It's kind of the family life he wished he had. He grew up with very strict foster parents who were kind and all, but it was also he was raised for a purpose. And he'll then ask Pythor if he remembers the time before the name Pythor. Before he had divine power.
He grumbles a bit at that and says, quite frankly, I've spent so much time being Pythor and very little time being Respitrion in comparison that I remember everything, of course. I have been surprised to hear that forgetting seems so common among modern kind. Is there anything specific you would want to know?
When the deal was struck and you gained the power, did it conform to you or did you change along with it? Did it change you in any way? Or did you change it?
He lets out like a low grumble, the equivalent to like a sigh as he thinks, and says, I don't think I know the answer to that exactly. If I changed, then I did so in subtle ways that I don't really recognize. As far as I remember, all of us, we simply embodied who we were more than before. The power we gained was... well, it amplified that which we already were. In a sense, if that helps.
And the question for maybe the others here. We met the Empyreans, right? Sidon's wishes to replace the Five.
Yeah,
Some of them.
that's true.
There was like an insane one who was constantly bloodlusting and loved to war and fight. There was a lightning one, no? Right? A mage one, at least.
Yeah.
There was the one with the dragons. What was he about?
Yeah, he was like a beastmaster, but for dragons.
Were there some we didn't meet?
He supposedly was to be the one to take over Pythor's place.
Yeah. And Demos' thought here is, are there such a thing as Pythor's place? Do divine sparks have a print, like a type? Was Pythor given the power of war as a domain which made him into a war god? Or is it the other way around? Was he given a divine spark and then his personality made that spark into what it became? Did the
sounds
spark
like the
make
former
Pythor,
based
or did
off of-
Pythor make the spark, right?
Hmm.
Because Demos is thinking, well, it would appear that Sidon knew how to make the Empyreans gain this power. And if Sidon made them, I don't think it was for our, like for the mortal kind's gratification that he made them similar to the Five. Does that mean that by embodying the essence of what these things are, that is how you might attain them? Maybe partially.
Huh.
But he needs to know then if they have a thing, because if they don't, then that makes no sense, right? Trying to embody them makes no sense, but he doesn't want to change his behavior to fit a divine spark if that's not true. And I think he'll try to bring that up with parents. Other, I have been visited by Hades. Are you familiar with this individual?
He grumbled somewhat angrily at that name and says, "Only briefly. I know that Valus had to do with him once, twice perhaps."
Do you know what other worlds exist out there? I find that there are threats there that I may not see.
Doesn't matter that there's threats in other worlds. They are just the same as threats in this world, are they not? Just a different place.
He nods. Yet, I don't know how I would go to where they live. But that doesn't really matter. The key thing is that when you disappeared, when you left, the power you gave up, it is supposedly still out there, but without a wielder. No one has it. What this means is that these beings are now trying to find those amongst their underlings who would take it up. And when they do, I can only assume we would suddenly find ourselves with 5 various other creatures of divine power now seeking to take the place that you left.
I'm sure that Valos could give you better answers, but I will try. I do not think you should look at these sparks as something to be found if it is. It's not a thing that is simply floating around out there. The divine power is it's inherent in its wielder. Titans have. Sorry. Lutheria and Sidon had divine power, and we appropriated some of that to oppose them. But now that we've lost it and they are gone, it does not mean that it drifts around there aimlessly, waiting to be picked up by someone. To be divine is similar to you and me, in the sense that I am a dragon and you are not. But maybe through some crazy means, some magical, mystical mumbo jumbo, I've heard of strange situations where accomplished wizard could have changed that, changing one's very nature to something else. Now, I don't want to suggest that you pursue that particular angle, but I'm just pointing out that just because you are what you are doesn't mean that you have to stay that way. But it's also not as easy as just changing your mindset and picking up this glowing thing on the floor that happens to be a divine spark. I would not be surprised if there is a way, of course. It is the nature of all things to strive to be more powerful, and I'm sure it was the nature of things that we don't even remember, ancient creatures, be it Empyreans or Gigans, to have pursued the same path to ascension through admittedly unnatural ways. I'm sure it's possible. I'm hesitant to say that, but if it were you to be pursuing that, I think you would make a good god. But there are many others who, if they were pursuing that particular angle, would not.
But you think you just as I really love that we've gotten to a place in our relationship where I can get real answers from.
I'm glad we got to place in our relationship where if I request to be left alone, that does not happen.
I think that is the burden of parenthood.
He gives like a toothy smile to Timos. Although, admittedly, perhaps we should look for Valus. I worry that us just disappearing and deciding to retire is not exactly fair to you in particular. We've simply just decided that now it's your turn to hold the burdens of the worlds, and we just disappear. That's not exactly... It doesn't feel right.
Helping right now. And if Valus could tell us something without needing to go back to being who we used to be, maybe that would be enough. Well,
I mean, I'm sure she's much closer than you think she is, but
just looks around.
no, not that was... She will be in Mitros, I'm sure, somewhere. She will have had her fingers and claws into all kinds of pies and probably done things for you that you don't even realize. I know her well enough.
Can I do I want to do a memory check. He's going to scan back over the last 2 years and just in his memory see if there's some face that shows up, in the background or some way,
All right, give me an intelligence check.
Let's just see if he can, because that seemed like a movie-like thing as he leans back and says, wait a second. And we see that the guy who scooped him an ice cream and the person who had his newspaper, all the same person. Let's see if that works out. Oh, 15. I'll take it.
It's pretty good. Thinking back, I mean, the person he's interacted with the most in terms of stately matters, who has taken off up quite a lot of his work, is one of his captains. Except, well, Demos knows him from a while ago, and also he's a man, which seems unlikely that might be Valus. And
That'd be a good disguise.
Demos is pretty sure that he has seen Queen Valus and him at the same time before.
Yeah, and Demos did grow up with all these guys.
Yeah, it will be fairly difficult.
If Valus masqueraded as his drill sergeant when he was a kid, that's a long con.
Mm-hmm.
The longest con.
They probably discount those people.
Oh, things. As far as the administration of Mitros is concerned, things seem to be going quite well.
Valus. How would I find Valus? Would I?
Just one of the staff for sure.
Would I lure her out?
They know everything. And no one looks at them.
Well, I can tell you a way for her to reveal herself, for you to force her to reveal herself, but I would not suggest you try it. If, for example, you were to make absolutely absurd decisions and steer Mitros towards ruin, then I'm sure she would tell you her opinion and reveal herself in that.
And
that was a joke, by the way. You should not do that.
Okay, all right.
Other than that, Valus is clever. I'm not sure.
Give a slight nod. Goes. Well, I will try, Father. Perhaps she get shed light on some of the situations. If she really has not retired, but is working as some sort of shadow queen, then it's only fair that I should know. Now, I suppose I will let you and Xerxia have a little bit of father-daughter time as well. It's only fair. Mother, perhaps we should walk a little bit?
She'll look a bit surprised, but then nod and say, of course.
Yes, we'll take his mother under his arm and walk a little bit in the forest while letting Xerxia and Pythor enjoy each other's company.
Meanwhile, in the background, Xerxia and Pythor share awkward stares and don't say anything to each other.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He come back half an hour later.
They're wrestling.
You know, let's go back to Mitros. And of course, if they need anything, he'll be happy to supply them with whatever they need. Do they need money? Is everything going okay? If there's someone
How's
who's
the
really
wine?
bothering them, then, that'll be taken care of.
Well, Ophelia will share two things with Demos. First of all, money's fine. They expected the orchard to actually produce a decent income, but it doesn't because turns out Pythor drinks a lot of wine. Not because he's back to his old habits, but because he is very, very large. And two, she suggests that if Valus, who she of course doesn't know nearly as intimately, is in fact, in the background helping, then perhaps you should simply track down why things are going well.
Yeah, he was sort of looking at that sort of thing. Thank her for her wisdom, and go do that pretty much. Returning to Mitros, he would start by just having a look at his count. He know these people. I think when we started this campaign sheet, you asked me to write 2 false rumors about Demos and 1 true one.
Yes.
And the true
God,
one
I forgot about that.
was that Demos learned the names of every guard he served with and remembers them still. Because he actually cared. These people were his family. He grew up with them. And he knows their weaknesses. He knows which sergeant isn't good at math. He knows which one doesn't have patience. So the fact that they are his general staff means that he can pretty easily suss out how good at their jobs they would generally be. Now, someone is helping them clean up their weaknesses, which is good and really has just been great. But just figure out who that common person is, the person he doesn't remember or doesn't know, right? Now that he knows what he's looking for, it would be easier than he otherwise would have thought.
Yeah, I think with that argument, the guard captain that has done most of the almost assistant-like work for Demos, presenting visitors and organizing papers and all that, would likely be the first person that Demos investigates here. And Demos remembers him to be diligent, definitely, patient, definitely, and the latter bit perhaps makes Demos pause because this particular captain, whose name I haven't given him, seems to be at the end of his patience.
With Demos?
Just in general. Not like in a hostile way, but just in a sort of desperate way.
Well, Demos will have arrange a meeting with him. basically ask him to accompany him to lunch.
I'll summarize it as he is so glad that Demos brought this up, because quite frankly he just couldn't figure out a way how to do it, because things are going all right, but more and more work is falling on the guard, who are not really into this sort of thing. They're trying their best. They want Mitros to succeed. They obviously like Demos, but a lot of the palace staff, the scholars, the administrators have been quitting. Not necessarily in recent times, just especially after the whole taking over of being king. A lot of people weren't exactly happy with that, and it seems to be a continuing trend, to the point where the palace is basically down to, in terms of the paperwork, the administration, they're basically down to 3 people who are actually good at that. When it used to be more like 15. The silver lining, however, is that those 3 are very good at their job. There's 2 who are of the old guard, so to speak. Two wise women, as he would call them, and a more or less recent hire who has been spectacular, doing the work of 10 men. Absolutely impeccable memory. It's without her, this would have all collapsed a long time ago.
Yeah, that sounds. No, yeah, I mean,
Call it
I think
one of
we've
the
done it.
staff.
He was nods.
Yeah.
Figures he's got to clean out some laws or codes or something. Make this whole city run a bit simpler. His word is law. Simple as that, right? This should be pretty easy. Just there's probably a lot of like waste time in here that could be cut, right? Yeah, but let's go meet this
Don't be a
person first and
douche.
foremost.
Uh,
Yeah, just don't be the worst, and you'll probably be
yeah,
fine.
they're like, don't be a giant asshole.
Enlightened dictatorship. That's the future.
Nice.
It's how it starts.
Napoleonic.
Cast
Look.
all force on Demos.
Yeah, let's go and he'll arrange a meeting with. You know what? No, it's better to just spring it on him. During one of these cramming sessions, Demos will look into the room. It's like, huh, I didn't even know where this was. You know. He sort of points to the new woman and says, "Could you help me for a moment?" Actually, he doesn't ask. He says, "Come with me."
She will oblige. And follow the king, like quick steps, trying to keep up, looking all intimidated.
I understand you've been instrumental in making sure that my city has been running smoothly.
Why, thank you.
For that, I have considered that we might have to increase your responsibilities, give you some sort of higher post. It almost seems strange that you've been given so little soon.
I am quite content with my station. I
See,
I would not.
When Queen Valis abandoned this city, it left a vacuum.
She like misses a step, and then her demeanor changes, and she says, "Demos."
Demos glances back. That's Your Majesty, I believe.
Oh!
I suppose that is your right, but perhaps do be careful of the choice of words or the intent to antagonize.
He then smiles.
Would suggest.
He then smiles and says, "I cannot believe how long it took me to figure this out."
She does like a tiny smile and says, "If I had wanted for you to never find me, would have meant you would never found me. I was curious how long it would take you.
I dare suggest that I dare not hope that you successes. I understand that my staff has been slimming, which has been good for the coffers, but without you, it would seem I would need to find someone vaguely equivalent.
Her demeanor has changed to what Demos has been used to. The meek is gone, replaced with the confident and cold and calculating.
He's made sure
As she
we've
sort
gone
of-
into a separate room, you know?
Oh, yeah. As she sort of scratches her chin and says, Demos, what you should be aware of, I thought it would be best if it were simply handled without you knowing. However, we appear to be in a bit of a pickle, so to speak. And it is of no fault of you or myself or of Mitros. I would wager to say that we are at war. Not the kind of war that is done on battlefields with soldiers, but rather what precedes said happening.
With who?
I've seen this same situation play out multiple times in the past. Did you know that those who would consider themselves objective, as she does like air quotes, assume or think that Mitros has been the aggressor in any war with Eresia in the past?
Just nods. He thought this was where this was going. Damn Eresians again.
He lets her eye contact linger for a bit.
Mm-hmm. Demas sort of just grows like, oh, all right, yeah, no, this is okay. And they
I will spare you the details, but Eresia has been hard at work trying to. They've been trying to exploit Mitrosian weakness currently. Our fleet has been decimated. The people are distraught about the disappearance of the Five, while Eresia has been undamaged, unhurt, and has not suffered from the disappearance of the Five. They see themselves in a strong position and are leveraging their assets.
with what goal?
I am uncertain. Perhaps simply to for once have a victory, perhaps as a prelude to demands, taxes on the trades, perhaps. She shrugs. The desires of Eresia are unclear to me, always have been. They are a city of. I would not want to speak ill of Eresia, but it would be difficult for me not to.
He just nods and says, I know exactly how you feel.
Of course, I assume you are aware of how Nasus relates to me.
Sort of said, no, there was never really the time to discuss it.
I suppose so. But suffice to say that my opinion about him influences my opinion about Eresia, and I do believe that he has. I can't imagine that he is a good influence on Eresia.
Could you tell me what the relation is?
He is a coward and a traitor. He has left us when we needed him most to do whatever it is he liked instead, to watch himself in a mirror, presumably.
Your brother?
Yes.
Yes.
He has always been a glory hound. he enjoyed the fame. We, of course, did too in various measures. But for us, for the five, I suppose, we were in it because we believed in the values of the Dragonlords.
But
He
Mitros
and
still gave him divine power, no?
I would like to think it was not by choice. We shared blood relations, hence why the power was able to pass on to us.
We will speak of Grecia and how to conquer them in time, but might I first ask you the questions that I came to find you for?
What would those be?
It is about the nature of the cosmos and the nature of divine power.
If you're looking for definitive answers that explain everything, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. But
I was
perhaps if
visited
you
by-
can be more specific, I can try.
You know I was visited by Hades.
Yes.
Then you probably also know what he said. He told me that he is looking for his own servants to take up the divine sparks. Take up the mantle of titans that died, of the gods that vanished.
Did he specifically mention giving the divine spark to people of his choosing?
No, not that phrase.
Then I don't believe he intends to do that. I
But
believe he simply wants to establish the structures he is used to in his realm in places in this realm. More than he already has.
Could it be done, however? Sidon attempted to bring the Empyreans to take the place of the Five. If I asked Father whether the power he was given changed him, or if he changed it, whether the divine power has a nature to it when you received it, or whether it was formless and you gave it the form it took. Did you make your power into that of wisdom, or did you receive wisdom and change to fit it?
To answer your first question first, Sidon is the source, was the source, one of the sources of the power of the Five. After the Oath of Peace ended, that power returned to him. It is perfectly in his ability to once again redistribute his own power among his children. And I think I've never pursued that particular train of thought. As for your second question, are you implying that as of this moment, no longer possessing a potential divine spark of wisdom, that my wisdom has suffered?
He looks at her and says, I don't know. Doesn't sound like it. However, it was used for something other than simply throwing around.
I cannot give you a definitive answer, but I do believe that the power, the divine power itself, is only the tool one would use to ascend. Of course, a god, a titan, represents something. Sidon represents the storm, among other things. Lutheria represents all manner of things, as did we. But those things came from who we are. Consider this. Mitros to Belmitra stole, took power from the Titans and used it to ascend. Do you think her purity is something that originally originated from the Titans? I can tell you the answer, no. None of what Mitros represents has ever been in the domain of the Titans.
No, it's... Yeah. That makes sense. Thank you. Now,
And even if it did, even if there were a divine spark that is specifically that of war, I suppose it would be up to you what that means. A defender is a participant in a war, as is an attacker. There's so many facets to even the most obvious thing. What truly is wisdom? Is it to give advice to those who ask it? Or is wisdom to disappear from the world, never to interfere again, because your interference would make things worse?
that I don't know the nature of wisdom. I think that is not my purview, at least. It's good to
Well,
know that,
that
though.
she sighs. Appears my retirement has been short-lived.
Finding that the others might feel the same way.
If I were to guess, I would assume that Pythor itches for a fight, that Vulcan itches for something to sink his intellect into. I would even go so far as to assume that Kira would very much enjoy her freedom right now.
The 5 you left, but if, as you say, the wisdom you have now is no less than that you had before, what is the difference?
Well, I'm still smart, to put it bluntly. I would consider myself wise still, but there's a divine amplification of who you are. Certainly, I will not admit that. When I was divine of nature, there was no one who could lie to me. I would know instinctively. Now, sometimes I am uncertain. I know that it was similar for Vulcan. He has always tinkered, made things as far as his limbs allowed him to, anyways. He was never very dexterous whenever he took human form. But with his divine spark, well, he got ideas that he wouldn't have. He had abilities that he shouldn't have. He needed something to become a certain way, and he would figure out a way to make that happen, rather than deciding that it was impossible. Divinity amplifies who you are. It gives you the abilities you require, but it doesn't define what you are. I would still consider myself wise as before, sure, but I no longer have the certainty, the ability to do things I shouldn't be able to. You could call it miracles. Those are the difference.
The nature of the divine spark. Simply that Sidon divided his power out to you, and that was the end of it. Now with him and Lutheria dead, there is no more power there. Would that mean that the only way to gain such power would be to bargain with it from a creature that already possesses it?
That is the way of warlocks. I do not think it is worth pursuing. There's, of course, clerics who worship a particular deity are often granted a portion of its power. But divinity is, to phrase it bluntly, it's sadly too common. the amount of gods out there is aplenty. The amount of minor gods, especially as we were drifting, just waiting to flourish into existence. It is a thought, always has been. It doesn't need to be for you, not necessarily. It is thought on a timescale of, well, millennia, really. Vacuums in power, divine included, yearn to be filled, one way or the other.
You know how we could. So they want something to believe in. And though I don't know what it would entail, well, I know I can trust my own hand.
I am vaguely aware that your train of thought has been fought before in ancient times. I am vaguely aware of artifacts that tried to recreate the ascension that we experienced in a way that would not require a donor, but rather a feat of a sort.
Following along.
I, however, do not know more than that. They might exist, but I would not know who knows about it. I have no intention of returning to divinity, nor did I see the need to, perhaps until now, to make sure that someone else ascends.
Artifact.
The desire for godlike power is not a new thing.
No, I imagine not. Thank you. Suppose we can continue that trail of thought when Aresia's walls lie in ruin.
Your reaction is rather intense. I'm not saying that that can be avoided if Aresia continues as they have, but you have done rather well at blunting their efforts. I do not mean to offend, but I think rather accidentally.
The frowns. So,
There were a lot of efforts aimed at making the reconstruction of the Mitrosian fleet rather more difficult as a powder keg of sorts. But with your new acquisition method of lumber, a large part of their strategy has been diffused. Although I will say that forcefully ejecting a politically rather important person has not gone over so well, and gained you quite a few enemies who are listening to Aresia sweetened words.
wars are won with strength of arms. We have dragons, we have the navy, we have the loyalty of the army.
So far, Aresia has not done much damage. I would not be as eager as you are currently to risk the lives of soldiers, ours and theirs alike, over this slight. Perhaps as they continue, perhaps as they escalate, but patience.
We wait until they do true damage. Is it not simply then us waiting for our defenses to fail? What incentive do they have to stop?
This is, in essence, a war like any other. The battles are already underway, and if they lose, they will very likely decide to retreat and once again gather their assets. Every time they launch an attack, even a political one, they reveal their hand. If we blunt their attack, then they have used up assets that cannot be used in the future. they pay a price for every attack, and I have so far managed to retaliate.
Then you should push them further then.
Is this really a battle you want to involve yourself in?
Your set of frowns is stays an enemy I can fight. A welcome change.
She pauses. The way for you to contribute best is to continue what you've been doing before. Consider Mitros safe, but make it stronger. Relations are important. Your reputation is important.
Right.
And perhaps there are threats more dire than Eresia to be considered right now.
Right. Yeah. He assumes Vels will stick around. Like that's how. He will still let her have a promotion if she wants it. Needs any further, abilities to act. But beyond that, I suppose he will bring the information to Darius that the divine power can be attained, but it is probably mostly possible through ancient artifacts, which can create it out of nothing, because otherwise you need a donor.
Interesting.
Yeah, to summarize perhaps in a few clearer words, the exact mechanics are, of course, a bit vague, both mechanically and in lore, but it can either be given by something or earned. But this earning needs a catalyst.
Okay. So if you have earned, a domain, or if you've earned like the right to call yourself or something, an aspect of your personality, and you use this artifact, then you could embody that thing and become a god.
Basically, yeah.
Right. So it's not just having, yeah. Okay, cool.
You'll presumably be a
Interesting.
minor god, and then you have to do something else to ascend,
It's less the issue. I mean,
right? Because
the reason,
ascended.
yeah. Could I ask a question sheet? Maybe there's some clarification or.
Yeah, sure. We can definitely talk about this a bit.
Yeah, a bit more
metagamey.
Yeah. If you embody a domain, does that gatekeep another god from claiming the same domain? Would they have to take it from you?
Generally, the answer is no. There can be gods of the same domain, however, they often focus on different areas. Like you could have Sidon, the god of storms of Philea, and then Odin, the god of storms of whatever the place is called, Asgard.
Right.
Not that Asgard exists, but as an example. So the area of influence certainly plays a role there. There could be another god who also claims the domain of storms of Philea while Sidon is still there. Sidon would likely notice that someone is pursuing that before they really accomplish it, and most likely do everything in his effort to stop it. And if he doesn't stop it, there would be a war of the gods. Until, But if you've already accomplished of being the god of death, the god of storms, chances are you have enough power to
stop anyone else from doing so.
Yeah, that's generally the thought.
Okay. Damn, I thought. It definitely decreases my desire for one of those, but it's still worth pursuing, I suppose.
Clears it up somewhat, though, right? We need to find this
Say again?
thing. We need to find. It clears it up somewhat, though. We need to find this thing. Before
Yeah.
then, we can't do it. We're looking for an artifact, an item.
Okay. Well, this helps God Squad. We can narrow it down to searching for artifacts. And as soon as we have a name, then I can start divining stuff. I can start scrying using locate object and stuff like that. And if we can destroy them, then no one could ever seize it.
After we've
Well,
done it, obviously.
You could, if those artifacts existed, like in Philea, which they might, if they were destroyed here, there might be other artifacts in other worlds.
Okay.
Sure.
And they could be
So-
recreated. They are the product of some mad experimentation in the past, perhaps, of someone trying to ascend to become a god. It's a desire that is inherent in a lot of people, villains, heroes included. You know, you've got the Starstone of Pathfinder, which would be one such artifact, one such catalyst. You've got what else? I think the Starstone is a
Good example.
yeah. It's like this thing that enables you, but there's still the path, the actual ascension associated with it. That thing just makes it possible.
Darius is having a moment here because the whole goal was to stop these positions of power from existing in the first place by virtue of seizing them and then, somehow finding a way to neutralize them or whatnot. And that's just becoming clearer that that's just not an option. Even if you could, it wouldn't stop someone else from seizing, some other equivalent power.
The vacuum wants to be filled.
Yeah. So the only way to do that is to take it yourself, which is exactly the opinion of probably most people who have ever becoming the thing you were trying to stop, essentially.
I mean, I would interpret it perhaps in a modern way. Let's imagine you are an entrepreneur in the current world, and you want to start selling cars because that's your destiny. That is a lot more difficult to do successfully in a world where BMW exists. Now, BMW existing does not mean that Mercedes can exist also, and those two are likely not enjoying each other's company. But like, if you're BMW, it's much easier to stop future destined car sellers from being very successful.
Right.
It doesn't make it impossible, but it's damn near close.
So you could erase BMW by taking control of BMW and then dissolving it, but you cannot erase the concept of car.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you dissolve it, there's nothing to stop another company.
Someone else. Yeah, exactly. God damn it.
The only way is to monopolize
it
Divine
and then
power.
call yourself a benevolent dictator,
And then I guess you could step away from
which
the
is
world and
exactly
let
what Sidon
happen-
did.
And let happen what may. But I think people would curse you for that too.
Yeah.
Having the power to do good and not doing so.
But good is so subjective. And
Yeah.
also, nuance is probably lost when you're a god, except for the god of wisdom.
All right, interesting. Avresia, huh? Always knew this bastards were company. You must have to talk to Artemisia about that. She's always been sensitive about it.
Mm-hmm. Even so, establishing some god of death would make it a lot harder for Lutheria to return if she is holding on to something resembling it, or at least she would have a competitor.
If if she wants
Like,
to
because
keep coming
clearly
back,
the supply line of souls is being messed with if Hades has come up here.
we beat her once. If she wants to come back, we'll beat her again. She does it again, we'll beat her a third time. At some point, she'll get tired of it.
You're quite right, except for the fact that the power of the 5 has been returned to the Titans. They're like splintered off of that source, right? So if she still has it, she now has, probably half of the power of the gods in addition to what she had.
But wasn't it Sidon's power?
It was stolen from both of them.
Yeah, both of them.
So the math adds up to the fact that she would be even stronger if she reappeared right now.
Are you still here, Ari? Haven't heard you in a while.
Yeah, I'm here.
It's
Sorry,
been
it's late.
no. I just want to make sure that you're not bored out of your mind. It's been a very talky session.
Yeah, no, I enjoy it. I mean, I like learning things. I don't have to be the one who's doing the talk. I get to benefit. You know? Yeah, I'm getting the information without having to think of the questions. So incredible, good value.
Well, that's good. Thank you for checking those, Sheep. I did have the same concern. Good to know that was addressed.
And
Yeah,
how
my
about
connection is also still being a little spotty sometimes. So
Hmm.
how do I fight
Yeah.
a war with Arisia of, I suppose, like social standing, or
continue to make good relations with the other big
you know,
power, right?
gain
Like
strength, gain ability.
Yeah, right now they are basically just being dicks. Like, it's not like they are trying to destroy the city, but they're like, Valos can probably tell you that they are like going to the various shipwrights and like trying to hire them for their projects instead, or chucking them some money so that certain constructions take much longer than anticipated, and things like that. It's just they are not preparing like the blow that will tear Mitros apart, but they're just being a nuisance.
He was in the back of the mind is preparing to blow them, tear them apart. Honestly, they've been the worst for like hundreds of years.
Yeah, Valis is not too fond of them either. Turns out there have been wars in the past that she has very much approved of. Otherwise, they wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, but they keep doing it.
Yeah, they do.
Their god is the worst, and
That doesn't mean their people are.
no, and they need to be liberated.
I still like we talked about it like after the initial like I know that it's like, oh, I mean, they don't have any motivation to help, but it's like, okay, but like what the fuck, man? Like the Titans were bad people everywhere. It's not like they were limited to, oh, we only care about Mitros. No, they were fucking dicks everywhere. Like where where the hell were they? They didn't do shit.
Arisia
Do
cares
we know
about
that?
nothing.
Do we know if the Titans have harassed Arisia? Maybe
There's no need to. Go there last.
Yeah.
They don't care about anyone who's not themselves.
It is most likely that Mitros has been the focus of their anger simply because Mitros
They
has
didn't
been
have
the
to do
focus of their anger.
sacrifices and stuff.
Oh, they sure did have to do that as well.
Okay, I was gonna say like.
But
Surely.
Mitros in particular is it's like the center point.
Actually doing those sacrifices still has a benefit for them because it keeps Sidon away from them and focusing on their rival city.
Currently, speaking of domains, like currently, Demos is sort of being pulled in two ways, right? One, I could see him claiming the domain of war over the burnt ashes of Arisia's palace and the pictures of Praxis. You know,
Totally
The burned
another.
pile of Narcissus portraits.
yeah, telling them no. Because they've never been told no, these spoiled brats of a city. You know. On the other hand, with the way he's going, I could also see him going for like nature, weirdly enough. He's had a whole reverence for how things can be done in nature. And I think, again, a moment I keep coming back to is his question to Thylea of, is there any way we can avoid defeating the Titan? He did not want to kill Kentamane. And I think protecting the natural order of things does kind of align with his ideals. Like it would have to be explored a bit more, right? But yeah, I could see that being a way for it to go as well, which would be, I mean, I think a surprise to his people certainly. But
Yeah, I mean, Demas has always been the one to try to explore the peaceful option, even when people just would not have it.
Yeah, you don't need
He wants
to.
he's basically a being of coexistence.
Yeah, with those ambitions, whether they, turn into something or not, you don't need to feel constrained by your character class or your ability scores. Like, I am a fighter, therefore I must war.
No, it's just it is it is what he was trained to do, was to fight. And that's his general first instinct, as to how do I beat it over the head so it's not a problem anymore. Like the Titans.
I think the more intrinsic thing is, why does he beat them over the head? What's his
Protect
motive
things,
there? Exactly.
to defend Mitros, his family, his people, his. At this point, it feels like all peoples. To allow his mother to live the life she wanted to. More so than revenge against Hextia, it was more of a. She took that from him and from the mother, and that should be returned. And now, after we've done so much, Arisia sees it as a great time to come and like, be bastards again. They historically keep doing. It's just, at some point, a bully has to be confronted. Valis says not yet. Fine. Our fleet is not yet done. But it will be. And,
Yeah, Valis is basically saying Erisia bribing our merchants and shipwrights is not really a good justification to risk actual lives.
Yeah, it's true. Entirely
true. Maybe some tit for tat, though.
Before we go our separate ways, I want to ask completely, out of character metagame, whether you are, how do I phrase this? Is it frustrating to not have a clear path to go on, or are you enjoying slowly unraveling all the shit that's happening? Like, would you like more direction, or are you enjoying trying to unravel things yourself?
I hope I didn't spook you earlier, but no, I am enjoying this. But, not something want to last forever, but we're already starting to get things more into focus, and that'll only. I think it seems like that'll continue on regardless, even at this current pace. But I don't know if everyone else agrees.
Yeah, I like reveals. Certainly, I've learned something this session. I think I learned things last session that seemed like revelations. Having a visit from Hades was interesting.
It was very cool.
The Siren City might still be out there. I mean, that's certainly ancient. Maybe that'll have some answers we're looking for. Like things are happening that I think are interesting. Sometimes it feels a little slow, maybe. I try to find ways to advance things, but I think that's simply because I have a paranoid fear that if I don't say I do something, then Demos doesn't do anything, which, isn't perhaps how that works. Maybe I just need to be better at taking the hands off and allowing time to pass, without specifying exactly what Demos is. Does that make sense? Because things do happen. I just maybe I'm too eager to take advantage of the chances to do things, when really these things will come to us. And it's not that Demos doesn't try, but if we know that his attempts are not gonna succeed, then we can let him try and we can move on towards it.
I will never not enjoy initiative, but you don't have to feel pressure to do things. This is not like it is specifically a sandbox campaign that relies on you to do things. This is more we're in the transitional period. I'm setting up a lot of things. There are new players that I will say if I ran the campaign as written, they would likely not be as impactful at the end. So now I'm giving you more time to actually learn what they're all about, or at least offering opportunities where you can really dive into them if you so desire. I'm obviously being as vague as possible, but
I mean, Centaurs, Hades, Arisia, those are people who, and the Kraken for that matter, all people who put themselves on the map.
Yeah. The world definitely feels like it's breathing, and there is a direction that we're going in.
Harry, what do you?
Yeah, you've left a vacuum, and now there's all manner of things crawling out of the woodwork. Yeah, Ari, what do you think?
Yeah, sorry, I'm silent. I'm thinking. Yeah, I enjoy it, but I do sometimes feel a little lost. Like I try to just put out what Ariad would be doing, but I don't. I find it hard to like find specific scenarios to dive into other than like, yeah, she's traveling, she's talking with people. Like I don't feel like it's necessarily something that's interesting. Like I like the stuff with the sirens today, right? But it's also like a thing of like, yeah, that for me is like that's what she's doing for years. So I don't feel the need to play out every talk she has with some dude on an island or some like
Generally, sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. Generally, saying what your character is doing, like, oh, Aaron is visiting tribes, is really good. Like that is exactly what I'm looking for. If it's interesting enough to play out, I will be the one who initiates the playing out. Like we had some situation with Darius where Seraph like messaged me something like, "Oh, I want to try out this gem and do some reconnaissance there." And I'm like, "No, we should not handwave that. We're going to play that out." and things like that. So even if you just have like a sentence like Ariad goes to visit various random tribes around Philea, that might be enough for me to make that interesting to play out. There might be information you learn. Like I jumped on the opportunity when you said, "Oh yeah, this is what Ariad is doing." That is exactly what I need to present a situation to you. Like if you had said Ariad hangs out in Mitros and walks around the streets, I could probably find an interesting situation we can play out. Which situation we have to focus on doesn't necessarily have to come from you, but it can. Like if you specifically know something that would be interesting to see the consequences of, then we
Yeah.
can play that out. If you just have a generic thing you want to do, then maybe I have something that would be interesting to see the consequences of.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it's also just because like a lot of this stuff, like the whole tribe thing is not really if the party has met them, that has been before like my part. So it's not like I can be like, oh, I want to talk with that dude that we met that time, right? Because I wasn't actually here. Like so for me it's like I like that I can put it out there, and you know, if something is significant, but I do feel like sometimes it's like it's a vague, right? It's like, do I know more about monsters now that I did before? I don't know. Like, you know, when do you make rolls for that? Do you make rolls for that, or after 2 years do you know something? Like, it's.
Yeah.
I do find that sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't quite know what to make of that, but yeah, I'm enjoying it, honestly. Uh, I'm quite happy with how Ariad is handling everything. So it's very dark in my mind for a bit. I had to sort of take a step back and be like, okay, what's the story I want to tell? It's not
Mhm.
the one of someone who loses their family and then gives up all hope of ever being happy again. I'm like, no. That's not. I see. I saw the road, and I was like, no, let's not go that way. I want to have a more hopeful story, definitely.
All right, I'm glad that you're not entirely frustrated at the lack of obvious targets to hit. Although we have been lacking combat in these sessions. I'll see if I can't make something terrible happen to any of you.
I'm sure it'll show up in
We can
time.
find a way to fight that Kraken. That's bit of a stalemate there.
I mean, if it's like the Myrmidons, you know,
Oh yeah,
I'm not
I forgot
entirely
about those
sure
guys.
that that's gonna be a good. Oh, I never forget about them.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
They're
for
the
a long
ace.
time I did.
In the
You're
back of my
gonna
mind.
destroy them in the Arisian War. New Mitrosian ally from the sea. End the swarms of host
No,
soldiers
they
taught to
wanted to
use weapons.
completely assimilate or dominate everything.
No,
They're gonna be a problem.
in my mind, I hoped that, like, you know, when the campaign was over, there would be like a weird,
Yeah.
like, oh hey, and it was basically like Star Wars cities, because they were like, oh yes, we want to modernize everything. I was like, these guys are gonna put us into new, like, we're gonna time travel into today. That's what these
Yeah.
guys are gonna do. They're gonna build roads and cars and like try to make
I'm
everything.
still not entirely convinced that the outside world is not like early 20th century. There keeps being hints about it.
Well, D&D.
And I
I
kind
mean,
of think that would be incredible.
they
You know,
keep the option open.
I'm not gonna confirm or deny anything, but I may be having a lot of fun hinting at that, even though it's probably entirely irrelevant.
I fully have. I do not think it is in the book, but also I know you homebrew stuff into very interesting scenarios. So who knows?
You don't think Victorian London gentleman Hades was in the book?
No, surprisingly enough, I didn't, but I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I like it. It's
And
sort of like
it only increased my suspicions of that even more.
it's sort of like in D&D. Like, I love like hell. The idea of hell, like just all being like smirmy lawyers
Yeah.
who are incredibly, you know, just they all hate each other, but they don't. Just imagine their insults being like smirmy little comments, like, "Oh, I would not have gone about that case that way," and you're like, "Oh my god, these people." So this was sort of another rendition of like a hell, where it's
I like your
"Oh yeah,
tie. Very
I don't know if you ever
rustic.
saw the show Angel, but they had
no,
a similar concept that was very cool. It was like you know, all kinds of like demons and monsters and vampires and stuff. But the sort of like central big bad was a law firm, which was an entity of hell, and it was like, oh, they appear in every plane, and they, you know, they have the keys to success in whatever world or society they find themselves in, and so the like manifestation of the devil, or like something that enables monsters in our world is a devilish law firm. It was great. There's a lot of good wordplay and fun stuff in there.
Yeah. But the campaign, I think we're having a good time. Like last time we dealt with centaurs, this time we. I hope I don't take too much of the spotlight, right? I feel like sometimes, Seth, you maybe have the same fear.
I definitely have the same fear. As soon as I get what I want out of a scene or what I think is a good pacing, I'm like, okay, I'm out. Someone else take the spotlight.
And Haldemir, to some degree, like to more sit back and listen and then pipe in when there's something specific. Well,
yeah, I definitely do need those reassurances of like, nah, I'm good. This is fun. Like, are you sure though? Because as a player, I do like taking big swings and making moves.
And being very, very... I don't want to phrase this negatively. Being very insistent to getting where you want to go, which I do enjoy.
Just imagine
Darius
she
has
being
got
like, what little word can I throw out there? Like a little bone that he'll just
Yes. We established this
so far.
We established this with the secret of the 5 that I am a dog chasing cars.
Just so far, just like give him like the tiniest bit. It's like the end of a sausage case, and then you throw it out in the garden. And Sarah's like, "Oh, this means something grand." Oh,
think of the implications of the sausage.
Oh,
that meme with the guy who's like aliens.
Yeah.
No. It's not that meme. It's the one with the from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia with the board with like the felt lines and like a million different pages on the board. Guys going crazy. I think Helmut posted that
sausage
once.
case.
Yeah.
Murder board. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this campaign has been so much fun. I mean,
yeah.
I think so.
Always love playing with you guys.
I think the eagerness to get further faster is because we're having a good time with it. We want more. You know?
Yeah.
It's sometimes hard to savor the dessert when you see the next one right over there.
But also, it's like the timeline. We may not be in the Oath of Peace anymore, but it still feels very much like the clock is progressing with or without you.
Yeah, we have 2 years. Well, we've spent 2 years now. Out of 10. Yeah. My God, man. The world's going to be entirely different.
the 10 years is not something you should really keep in your mind. It's just like, oh, maybe somewhere around there things may progress faster or slower. It was just a number to communicate with you that you have time for larger projects if you so desire.
Yeah. So can I throw something out there, guys? I got a thought that might be worth pursuing. So it's been kind of irrelevant to the rest of the plot, but the whole red dragon thing. First, it spooked me because I thought it could mean that the red was like possessing dragons again, and that might put Dareth Axel in danger.
On that note, really quickly, let me interrupt, because it's thematically very appropriate. I am a huge opponent to mind control double agent bullshit that you can't anticipate. There will never be a situation which I remember, I think, Menekai with like the witch from DDS's campaign, which I only vaguely tangentially heard about. That you will never have to worry about face stealers or doppelgangers or people who are mind controlled to the point where they pretend to be your friend and then backstab you. Any sort of effects like that will either be very obvious or very limited, as in range and duration. So never assume that someone is possessed by a brain steal or anything, because I don't do that.
For sure.
Period. I don't want
the
to
only
foster that
reason that I
paranoia
thought
ever.
that was because of that it happened in the Kraken's vault thing, right? It was just like front of mind. But yeah, anyway, separate from that, so that was the reason for my initial investigation, is to determine, like, find out what the dragon was up to, and make sure that it wasn't that, which it was not. And all I was able to determine from that was it's looking for something. It's doing it in a very methodical search pattern, or it was, and clearly it cared enough about whatever it was looking for enough to not really care about its hoard. It just sort of grabbed what it could and ran, and presumably stashed it somewhere before starting the search. And I've been wondering this whole, like, not this whole time, but like for the last week or so, like, what could possibly motivate the dragon to do that? And I was coming up short, but now that we've learned about the fact that there are objects out there that could turn you into a god, that could be I could see that would make sense to me. If the dragon heard about that, its actions sort of line up.
I guess.
So I'm wondering if maybe we should go explore that, see if there's some old
Do we
tomb
know
or
the pattern it flew in?
Say again?
Do we know the pattern it flew in? I thought it was erratic.
That's what I thought too. But when I was, I investigated it between sessions, like in downtime. Because erratic. So, yeah, it was. I think it was erratic when it had its hoard. It was looking for somewhere to stash it. I'm guessing. But once it began its excavation, it was methodical. It was doing it in like a grid, which sort of says that it was looking for something specific, and it knew a general area that it would find it. And I couldn't think of what the hell that could be. But
Yeah, because I thought it might just be afraid. Like, it's like, oh yeah, hey,
Yeah.
giant fucking octopus coming up
How
here. I
old
think
was
I'm
this
gonna move
dragon?
inland.
Yeah, right. It certainly could have been that. That was what I thought it was most likely. I was just worried that it might not, and it was neither of those things.
How old was it?
How old was it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Sheep from this. I saw the size of the dragon and was scrying, right?
200? 500? 1,000?
Not that old, like young adult, bordering on adult.
So, then there's no way you would have known where something like that would. Like, Valis doesn't. And Valis can barely confirm the existence of these.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just that's specifically why it's unlikely, but I am very curious as to what it was
I doubt
that
we
it was
find
looking
that
for. If
buried
it
in a
wasn't,
hole,
if it
though.
wasn't that, then what was it?
I don't know.
I think with the extremely broad information we have, we have confirmation that it exists, and that's about it. We sort of can't really afford to turn down any potential leads.
Yeah, I mean, if we ask the Thunderhoofs and they agree for us to search the site, then
Yeah, we could do that.
they haven't been insulted like the Scorch Runners have. They don't know us at all, so it might be possible you
Probably
can approach
heard
them
of
and
us, though,
ask
but-
for permission, and then we'll go.
Yeah.
Maybe they even have some contact with the druids of the woods, because the woods sort of goes right up to what I would assume is their general territory.
Mhm. Well, and if we go past the Deadfalls, you can get into their territory without crossing the Scorch Runners. So
Yeah. Consider that as an option. And you?
feels like there's something extremely valuable there, no matter what it is, just based on the dragon's actions, and it very well could be one of these artifacts.
Hey, if we could find out, that'd be nice. I agree. I just don't want a horde of angry centaurs tear down my door,
Yeah.
It's not worth it, usually.
Mhm.
If it's been buried there for that long, it won't hurt us for it to stay there. But if we can recover it at not too high a price, then that'd be worth it.
Maybe in downtime, just sort of narrowing that as a research focus. Zero in on that with God Squad. See if there's anything in Scorchrunner lore. If we talk to them.
Why did they kill the dragon?
Because it was destroying their land.
Percent of
Digging it up.
territory digging holes.
Yeah.
And they don't
But
like
they was
dragons
not-
because, dragons are Dragonlords.
Yeah. And when I was looking through the site, there was no sign of its hoard. So it stashed its hoard somewhere else and then came and went and did its search grid. Like the most aggressive archaeologist ever.
I want to
It
unite.
was a red, right? I mean, they're not exactly known for.
It's true.
I want to unite the people of Thylea more. Demas wants to.
Yes.
I just don't know what conduit to use for that. See,
That's
remember
what Ariad wants.
These small cities, these small human towns, right? That was on my. They should technically be the easiest. They have a lot to gain from protection, advancement, like connection. They're good. They also don't have any like extreme grudges. We've never been at war with them. Like they just sort of exist. We depend upon each other.
Yeah. Problem is they don't like change.
Yeah.
Pretty happy with
neither
how things
probably would
currently are.
anyone else, right? The problem is I don't know what I could suggest to them for a tighter bond to be made. Like what would be the conduit for something? There's no external threat at the moment, except for the insecurity of lacking gods. But I don't really want to make that a huge deal, given the
No.
situation.
Besides, they wouldn't want us to be gods.
No, that's not. I mean, that would be pretty arrogant to suggest to someone, "Hey, you could worship me." No, it's just. Do you guys have any idea of how to even start that? Like, how do you bring people together?
I think the only way to do it would be to give them their land back, and that's how. What does that
Well,
even?
These
like-
little villages, they have.
No,
land.
not the. No, I
They-
mean the natives, right?
Oh, the centaurs. Well, we are
Yeah.
natives. We're born here.
We're like immigrant families.
Yeah, by 500 years.
At least.
Even so, still benefit from the systems that were put in place. That they do not.
Oh, sure. But I'd like to think that Thylea should exist as a resource for all those born upon Thylea equally. And I sort of don't intend
I think that would, if you mean that, and then it would mean tearing down those walls.
About at Historia.
Yeah,
That would
and
be an
letting
ideal
them
situation.
access their old sacred sites.
Are we stopping them? Like
Yeah.
actively?
Yeah, Astoria is built on one, and they
Because
said that they couldn't get to it anymore.
if they would like to come visit, then that might be great. If some of them wants to come settle, I have this like neat little plain next to Mitros, where that might be fitting for their like physiology. Build ramps next to the stairs, stuff like that. That'd be great. But it didn't seem like they were really willing for any sort of overtures.
I think what you can do is make place, but you can't. It's like the thing, right? You can't. You
Mhm.
can. You need to make place for it, but it needs to come from their, like, with their own pace. But
Yeah,
as long as there's just a wall, or like there's no benefit in it for them, or they don't think they'll be well received, they're not gonna try, right? Like, I
Mhm.
think that's what I imagine with Ariad. Like, she's trying around, and I'm not imagining that all tribes are like, "Hey, yeah, let's talk," But she can extend a hand to everyone and say, like, "I don't agree with you on everything, and you don't agree with me on everything, but I want to be able to talk about it, and I want to know why you think the way you do," right? So then, if people then there's a connection and people can pull net or not. But
Yeah, but even so, that's like a case between divergent like native tribes, right? Like you're all
oh yeah, definitely.
as opposed to the Darius's generation came in and pushed them back out of their lands, put up walls, built cities. Like we're from their point of view an oppressor. And yes, it doesn't make what Sidon did right, but it does make sense why they would be on his side more than ours.
Oh yeah, I mean, before the Dragonlords did it, the Gigans did it, right? They were the ones who built cities and pushed people around. Then they declined and got beaten.
I just think there's no easy answer to that, but if you really want to take the big gesture, the big complicated gesture, the destabilizing gesture, it would be literally give them back what we took. But where would people of Mitros go? People of Astoria.
I don't want. I mean, it doesn't seem good to make people suffer for something they have no choice over.
Hmm?
At least we can coexist. Maybe some of the Centaurs would like to live in a city. Maybe they could learn something. Maybe we could learn something from them. A cultural exchange.
Mm-hmm. I just think whatever we do, if we actually are serious about it, it's not going to be cost free. I don't mean money. Like there's going to have to be some real gestures made, reparations.
First one is to build boats out of shapeable wood.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, you want to invite people in. It'll also as you keep doing as you keep doing what you say you will do, okay, then we're not gonna chop wood, right? That's gonna also enforce that, right? It's not gonna be easy by no means.
But I mean, if the Centaurs are happy to live where they do, and they just no, go away, we don't want you around.
I mean, that's fine.
Away. Then you're not gonna force it on them. It's for everyone's benefit. People have been at war for generations. They happen to lose.
Yeah, I guess for my downtime between sessions is I might zero in on that area, see if we can learn stuff from the Scorch Runners through the books and also through talking to them. Because just finding out there is some artifact out there. Like Thylea's answer was that there are people who knew how, right? And now we have the concept. We have a question to be able to ask, right? About these artifacts. So.
Well, I mean, Valis answered how, right? Not in detail, not step by step, but she basically said, "Yeah, you need this thing, and then you need to, embody
do a great
something."
Deed that
depending
on the thing.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
I don't know that Thalia was like, "This is the recipe," 12-step program to.
No.
Yeah, I think that is certainly answered, but.
But that said, YouTube, I think maybe this episode has gone long enough with a bit of end talk here, and Yeah, we'll find
It
a
was
way
definitely
to,
kind of all over the place.
oh, yeah, but we'll
It was
find a
good.
way. We'll find a
fun.
way to. Well, I think I normally like to listen to the back ends when I do listen to. I like to hear the people talk at the same time. Insight.
Yes.
And we'll find a way to get it on the channel.
Mhm.
And hopefully next time we'll be back with the caring hands of Holomir. I think from us we will say see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.